Yep, can confirm that's there. Hello, ladies and lovers, and welcome to round 12. It is the United States Grand Prix. If you've had enough of rain and you've had enough of floods, then let me take you away to a picturesque circuit of the Americas. My name is Jamie Conboy, joined tonight, as always, by Jacob Weatherburn.
Good evening, everyone. How are you, JC?
I'm super well, as always, my friend, and we are blessed tonight by the King, Lord, Happiness Man of Puns himself, Alex Imey. Hello to you, sir.
Good evening. That was a hell of an introduction, though I can't be sure that you guys are blessed. Maybe cursed.
I was going to come out with a couple more kings and... no, I got nothing. Welcome to you. Hello to you. Everyone in chat, welcome to you. Danny Wong, Tom Maloney, Kenneth Ang. Benji's in here too. Hello to you with your quick BMW and you're lifting your bloody car above the 500. What's going on there? Slow down, Ben. Looking forward to getting tucked into some Circuit of the Americas action. Let's jump out on track, see who we can find on their outlap. At the moment, everyone, as I said, just... heading out there to warm up their tyres. I believe qualifying's pretty late in the afternoon, which is what it looks like. You can see some long shadows as they make their way around to start their laps. Oh, good. We've got our backwards onboard camera again tonight. I'll have to go sort out that. In the meantime, see if we can pull up some numbers for you. 17 in Tier 3 tonight. Nice work, Tier 3.
Good to see a great turnout for the round of COTA. Absolutely hate this track. I'm not a fan of it at all.
Is that in F1 or in ACC or both?
It's in both.
Just not a massive fan at all. Why? What's not doing it for you?
I don't know. I hate Sector 1. Just all that left, right.
What?
Like, hit the fence. That's pretty much how it goes for me.
What? It's one of the greatest pieces of track in the world. I love it. So you're obviously not a fan of Maggots and Beckett's then?
No, I'm absolutely terrible at Silverstone as well. That is probably my most hated track in both ACC and F1.
What? Been commentating with you all season and I didn't know this. This isn't. I can't believe this. So what about the first sector at Suzuka?
No, hate that track too.
Christ. All right, well, we've learned a little bit about Jacob Weatherburn tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't like anything that isn't a straight line or a Honda.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how it goes. Give me the Honda, give me a straight line, let's go all day.
There is a nice big straight line at this track. The back straight's pretty sizable. Back straight longer than the front straight, actually. So there's a couple of nice straight lines for the Honda, but no, me personally, I love the first sector here at COTA. I love the challenge. Getting the flow right, getting it stuck down. Tell you one thing I'm not enjoying at the moment is trying to lap Spa, and Spa's first sector is all one big straight line, so I'm sure you're a big fan of that. How are your 216s going in the bin, by the way?
I'd never ever done a 216 at Spa until today.
And now you're halfway down. You're nearly doing 215s now at this point.
216.2 I did this afternoon.
Ugh, you disgust me.
I do believe that there is a 15 in the Honda there. Whether or not it is capable of a 15 in my hands or not is yet to be seen, but we've still got a week or so to get there, so we'll see what happens.
15 all washed.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Go and get it.
It's the first couple of laps come through for these boys. What are we looking at quality times around here?
High 133s, I was going to say early on for Tier 3, but we're already down to a 34.3 by Raditya. Donny Sadewa, a mid 34s, a couple of 34s. So I still think a high 33 will be around about your Tier 3 pace tonight.
Also, while these first couple of laps come through, we are without championship leader Jesse McLean and Tom Maloney. So both Williams drivers absent from the race tonight.
Right, that is very interesting considering Donny Sadewa and Mike Denoldi both on track, the championship protagonists going up against Jesse McLean this season. So, good chance for them to probably take the lead of the championship. Haven't got updated points for you tonight, I'm afraid. And last week, saw our trip to Azerbaijan have Donny Sadewa have a really good result. Jesse McLean not so good. So I think potentially the lead may have changed hands last week. But again, can't confirm that for you. It'll be very close either way. So after tonight, all Donny Sadewa and Mike Donaldi really need to do is keep it on track and bring it over the line. And you would assume they'll be in control of the championship as we head off to Mexico next week.
I did some quick maths after Azerbaijan last week, and it's not my strong suit, so I could be wrong, but based off finishing positions in Tier 3, I believe Jesse should still have the lead of the championship by about 5 points. He's just said in chat 2 points. So he holds the championship lead by 2 points, but not racing tonight does mean he will relinquish the lead of the championship after this round. And I believe we still have 7 or so rounds to go, including this one.
You can do whatever you want with this rejoin bender. There's no cars in the vicinity, so just do a couple of donuts for the crowd if you like. What is going on with this backwards camera again? Have I got to go over and fucking put something on my pedal? Hang on, I'll be back. Alright, how about that? Alright, that seems to have... Is that going to be heavy enough to stay there, though, is the question. Look at the amount of glare that David Bender McNulty is having to deal with down the back straight here. And I was checking out the onboards from real-life qualifying, and it is this bad. People are saying in the forums, oh, can we get a little bit of sunshine, a little less sunshine at Coda? It's impossible to lap. Well, this is what the real drivers have to deal with. It is this hard to see as you come down that back straight, and through this final sector here, you are staring straight into the sun. Daffer Harritz on his way through this first sector. Jacob Weatherburn, not a big fan of this left-right nonsense, but for me, I think it's very satisfying to get this track right. Both in ACC and in F1. No way near as bumpy in the F1 game as it is in ACC, I think. Seems to be a lot smoother for these F1 cars, which makes no sense because the ACC cars, you would assume, have a much better suspension setup than the F1 cars. But in ACC, it's a particularly bumpy track. Have a look at that. You cannot see anything down this back straight. So try and find your brake markers at your peril.
I find when you drive these tracks in ACC, all F1 tracks in ACC just seem to have no grip when you're in a GT car. It's very, very slippery. But in the F1 cars, I mean, I haven't driven this track on this particular game, but grip around here does seem to be relatively good for the majority of them.
Good to see a couple of fill-ins in Tier 3 tonight. Madness, King Itchy, Dylan Zoo, Raffley Addy, they're looking like they're... Oh, that's apparently not invalid from Daffer Harritz there at the final corner. He went very wide, and I thought that would invalidate him, but no, he got away with it and managed to sneak into the 34s. P4 for Daffer Harritz with 8 minutes to go in qualifying. But yeah, good to see those fill-ins coming in and filling up the grid. We've got 19 on the grid here in Tier 3. So certainly the Americas proving to be a popular track. As Donny Sadewa comes around and sees if he can improve. He does not. That was his outlap, my apologies. So we'll stick on board with Donny here as he has a crack at trying to pinch pole from Radicia Caswaro.
We also need a screen share in Discord, JC.
What? I was wondering why you were being a bit quiet. I haven't been sharing my screen.
We did ping you a couple of times, but you probably haven't seen it as you're busy.
I can't access Discord while... What is that? I had a stream up before. Okay, anyway. My apologies.
JC and technology, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. Every single week. Hello to you, George Fowler. And to you, Nick Randell. Good luck tonight. Grid Jokes in here as well. Putting in practice last night, Grid Jokes on his wheel. First time on the wheel. Has been racing on pad for most of this season, I believe, and has just started up on the wheel. So I was watching him go around and cutting a few laps last night. Grid Jokes, looking good. Good luck to him in Tier 1. Reese Williams in here as well. Hi, Reese. How's that? You got a nice stream happening for you now? You can see what's going on?
Yes, we can now.
Apologies. Donny Sadewa coming through the final sector now. Around the tower. Can someone explain to me what that tower is too, by the way? What's that big tower in the middle? Is that just an observation tower, or does that serve some other purpose?
I believe it's just Americanism.
We like big things. 33.6. Bang! Donny Sadewa. I did say a high 36. That is a mid 33, not a high 33. So he's 4/10 clear at Amuana. That is a great lap. Provisional pole for Donny Sadewa with about 4 minutes to go. Nice one. The great Bender man just coming into the final corner now. Hasn't posted a lap yet, so this will be something's better than nothing as he starts his second flying lap. We're on board with him before as he had a spin through Sector 1, which meant that he has, as I said, yet to post a lap. Tom Maloney reckons it might be a weather station.
Quick search of Google says it is an observation deck.
So yeah, just basically the high corporates get up there and can see the whole track and sip on their champagnes and whatnot while they're watching the race, I guess.
Well, according to a Circuit of the Americas website, it is an observation deck that when you are up the top of on race day, you are allowed to spend no more than 10 minutes up there.
Oh, okay. So it's not for corporates. It's for everyone. You get to share, but you only get 10 minutes.
It's just a quick up and down. I wonder if they make you run the stairs to get up there or something.
I was going to say, does your 10 minutes start when you get to the top, or is your 10 minutes start before you jog up the top?
It starts at the bottom of the staircase.
And you've got to be back at the bottom by the time the 10 minutes is up.
So...
You joke about that, but stair running is an actual international sport.
Not a lot of Americans would be able to participate in that sport, would they?
Throw some deep fried food up the top, they might.
Bang! There it is. I didn't know if I'd gone too far with the Americanism there. Sorry to all my North American friends. I'm sure there's a lot of fit ones out there. David McNulty across the
They're
line.
probably not watching anymore.
They've all tuned out.
Sorry. David McNulty, P10, not bad. 9/10 away from P9 though, so he's going to need some huge improvements if you want to go into, well, deep into the top 10. 4.5 minutes to go. There is time for everyone to get out there and do one more lap. Raj Sandhu rejoining us last week after a bit of a hiatus. Good to see him back up here in P4 at the moment, so it hasn't taken him long to get the pace back in the Red Bull tonight.
Was Amuana in the McLaren last week?
Amuana probably not in the McLaren last week. Has been in the McLaren before, but is just sliding into a few different constructors every time he participates. Raj Sandhu not happy with that lap, so comes into the pits. His Red Bull teammate on the back straight now, Joe Williams. Yeah, Amu's a fill-in. I'm not sure if they've been able to get a permanent seat, considering how stacked Tier 2 is. Sorry, Tier 3.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Amu in about half the bloody constructors or so this season.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
always up the front, no matter which car. You can see Joe Williams going through Sector 2 or start of Sector 3 here.
Couple of nice little camera angles here. Oh, that's round. That's too greedy on that double apex right-hander. I say too greedy. I think it is supposed to be pretty flat, that corner in the F1 cars. So maybe just turned in a little too suddenly, and the rear end not agreeing with his choice of power as he headed through there. So it threw him around, and that won't be a lap. I don't think there will be enough time for Joe Williams. There might be, but he'd be pushing it. Dafa Harritz looks to have completed his final lap and was able to improve into a 33, but not good enough to pinch pole from Donny Sadewa. Both Ferraris 1-2 at the moment.
Here with only 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Going to be sort of one lap for most of these guys that are on their out laps, someone might be able to squeeze 2 laps in, but can anyone challenge those 2 Ferraris being the only 2 cars into the 33s at the moment?
It's going to take a big effort. Radic's had a couple of blinding laps already this season, capable of pulling out a pole lap when required. Amuana, we know all about, has been on pole. That's the same spot that Bender had his issues too. That spot right there. So Aaron Gavin, his Alpine teammate, also coming a cropper through the final part of that S section. So well loved by Jacob Weatherburn. So both Alpine struggling. He won't be improving on his 35.084. Aaron Gavin, currently P8.
I think it'll be one of those spots to watch during the race. Quite a few people probably becoming unstuck there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's got to do with that inside curb or not, just coming over the crest, the left-hander, whether or not you're able to hit that curb or have to avoid it, I'm unsure of.
Ahmad Skiri using a really wide line in through that corner. It is a tricky corner there. It is a very, very late apex and a tighter radius than it leads on to be. So he's done well to get it through there. Into the final 2 corners now. Nice and wide through there. And then turns in a little early for the last corner, but managed to carry some good speed through there and does improve by 4 tenths, up into P10, 35.6. So Bender is relegated to P11. Amuana just coming through the final sector now, looking to pinch pole. We said keep an eye on Amu. So what sort of pace has Amu been able to draw out of the McLaren on the last lap? It's an out lap. Nice work, shows how much attention I'm paying. 34.0 is the time from Amuana so far. So now the track has evolved as much as it's likely to with 13 seconds to go. Amuana will have a crack at trying to get pole. But in the meantime, we'll have a look at Radica Caswaro,
who is currently 2.5 tenths up. So you find a little bit of time through these last couple of corners. He might be able to improve himself up to P3.
His teammate Mike Dinaldi just completed his lap with a 34.7. He will be P6. Radica Caswaro around the final corner has pinched P2. Only a 10.5 off pole. So a really good effort from Radica Caswaro there on that last lap. But unable to claim pole from Donny Sadewa, who still holds it. Donny with his 33.6 has completed qualifying. So won't be improving. That is the time to beat. It won't get any faster than that. Amuana just through this second sector now. Still coming along nicely. We'll just have a quick look at Joel Barry as he misses the pit lane. Sorry, Joel.
Amu was up by just over a tenth coming into Sector 3, so might be able to pinch P3 from Daffa Harris. Probably not after that.
Nope.
There we go.
Bang. Curse number 1 of the night to Jacob Weatherburn. Chalk that one up, ladies and gentlemen. Amu does nicely there to get off track and avoid making a mess for anyone else as they came around to finish their laps. Raj just coming up to the stricken corpse of Anu there. Final corner now for Raj. He improves into the 33s as well. Nice little cheeky time there at the end for Raj Sandhu. Pinches P4 from Amuana, who was unable to complete their last flying lap. As Jacob said, Amu was up by a 10.5. Could have been up for 2. Maybe even pole, depending on how good that last sector was. But unfortunately coming unstuck. So Donny Sadewa claims pole. Nice one. Looks to be an Indonesian 1, 2, 3, mind you. Donny Sadewa, Radica Caswaro, and Daffa Harris. Someone's going to correct me on that flag, I'm sure of it. I'm just not confident. Raj Sandhu, P4, nice one. Amuana, Joseph Tran, Aaron Gavin, Mike Dinaldi, Joe Williams, and Ahmad Skuri are the top 10. Some big gaps down towards the back of the field too. So a couple of drivers just potentially unable to find the time this week to get much practice in. And then, of course, large portion of fill-ins who will start from the back of the grid for a sprint race tonight, of course. So the top 10 will be reversed after race 1, and we'll go again for race 2 with those top 10 reversed. So we'll keep an eye on the battle for top 10 as well as the battle for P1.
How many laps are we looking at? I have absolutely no idea.
Nah, I
Lap-wise
don't
around
know
here.
either. I haven't done any practice, so to be what, 12 laps?
Yeah, I believe so. It wouldn't be many.
It's a 140 lap, so it's not a small lap. Yeah, 11 or 12. I don't know. Someone will tell me. There's a lot of tier 1 and tier 2 gentlemen and ladies in chat. How many laps are you doing for a 25% sprint race?
A number of laps.
Yeah, I'm going with 12. Go and have a stab before someone corrects us.
14,
Bugger.
according to
Too slow.
That's my guess. 14's my guess.
Sharp from
Yeah,
you.
I'm thinking it might be 14.
All right, you two.
Alex just did a quick calculation of kilometers and time per lap, and you know, just all in his head.
Hardly
Yeah,
surprising.
just whipped it out there.
Too good. Too good. So, yeah, as we discussed, Mike Dinaldi rejoining us again tonight after having the spicy flu last week and missing the week before that as well. So a couple of weeks off for Mike Dinaldi. Good to see him back out there tonight. His legions of followers will be watching his stream. So you can go check him out whenever you're ready. And, of course, Donny Sedewa as well, looking to take the lead of the championship tonight. And as Jacob Weatherburn rightly pointed out before, basically just has to score points tonight. Just has to come across the line once. He's got 2 cracks at it. And if he does, he'll be P1.
We wait for these guys to get themselves ready for the first of 2 races, as JC just said. And it's a reverse grid for the second one, isn't it?
Yep. So your top 10 will be reversed. Always makes for a very interesting second race. And, of course, no idea what the weather's going to be in that second race either. We've got dry weather right throughout this first race. So qualifying nice and dry. This race as well, nice and dry. The in-rail life weather over in Austin, Texas at the moment is very nice as well. So not sure what time everyone's getting up tomorrow morning, if there's going to be people watching that live, but it'll be beautiful and sunny over there in Austin, Texas, as it quite often is.
Had a really good time to watch, 6 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, 6 a.m.'s just about right for me. As I said, I don't know about anyone else. You and me, Jacob, will be up.
Yeah, I'm at work well before that time, so I'll have it on at work.
I, for one, will not be up. My Mondays are long enough without getting up that early. My Mondays generally go till about 10:30, 11 p.m. before I get home.
Christ, what the hell are you doing?
I was about to say, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, what? What's the work-life balance in that?
It's because I spend my Monday evenings driving right throughout the Adelaide Hills training firefighters.
Goodness me. You are a gentleman, a scholar, and a hero. What have we got? What have we done to deserve you, Alex Imey? Bringing your puns in live, by the way, tonight. Hasn't been any yet, but I'm looking forward to them. Hello to you, Mrs. Tully. Get yourself ready. I hope your kettle's on. There comes Tier 3 for you. The ladies and gentlemen just pulling up to the grid boxes now. And pretty soon we'll see 5 red lights. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. And there's 5. We'll wait for them to go out. And it's a slow release. Just keeping them on their toes. Underway. A couple of nice starts through the midfield there. And a couple of 3 wides up into this tricky uphill braking zone. So it is a very deep break that you can take. And you see a couple of them there adventuring out into the dirt. That dirty line, but it looks like most of them got through pretty cleanly. There's no yellow flags back there, so it is a good start. In fact, as soon as I said that, bang, we got a yellow flag. Dylan Zhu looks to be the first who has come across, and there is a bit of wing flying across the track there, so I'm not sure if that's Dylan's or someone else's. But as they come through that first tricky S section for the first time, everyone looks to have gotten through pretty cleanly. Donny Sedewa leading the way from pole. Raj Sandhu looks to have had a really good start up, 2 spots. And Joseph Tran, another one who's had a good start up into P4.
McLaren down there in P10 that's jumped 5 positions already. Raffley in P13's up 6, so a couple of cars have had some great starts. Duffer Harris definitely hasn't had the start he was looking for, as he's down 3 positions already, but it's been a very, very clean start from Tier 3.
Ocean's
That
at it.
be curse number 2 for the night for Yoda?
Is it? Has Jacob spun, has he? No, no.
No.
No,
I
no.
was just saying, he said it was a clean start.
No, there wasn't a curse. Jacob hasn't got his Cape Jerk curse pants on tonight. He's all right. Ocean challenging Jacob Sevilla, by the way. Not quite getting it done, but good little start for her. And there's an Alpine backwards back there. Is that Aaron Gavin? It is. He's falling to the back of the field. His Alpine teammate giving him a wave on the way through. So Bender up in a P10. And a couple of drivers, benefactors there of Aaron Gavin, unfortunately coming a cropper. A couple of cars in the pits too. Yulin Spin and Raffley 80 have both ventured into the pit lane really early on here. Of course, no mandatory pit stops tonight. Of course, the 225% races don't require... Actually, wait, am I wrong there?
They do. Yes, in F1 they do require pit stops. You must use both compounds of tyres.
Apologies. So it is ACC that we don't do that. We have just the one mandatory pit stop. So hopefully they get that out of the way and they go onto the hard tyre. They've both done that, so they play that game well enough. Raj Sandhu, in the meantime, up in a P1.
Yeah, he's gotten past Donny there, somewhere in Sector 1, but Donny's right on the back of him, so he's not going to let him get away. But Daffer Harris has dropped down to P12 at the moment, now P13, so he's been absolutely swamped off the start. Not sure if he's got a setup issue or if he's lost some front wing or what's going on there, but it's... Watch this Red Bull of Joe Williams try to get up the inside of Amu there, but couldn't make it work.
I was going to say it's the tyre difference, but you don't lose that many positions just on your medium tyres. It looks like all his wings in place. So, yeah, right. Well spotted by you, Jacob. He has fallen, obviously, right back through the field, but there doesn't look to be any damage. Just hasn't got the pace with the fuel in the car and the medium's on. Oh, no. Oh, what a save. He's done well there. Thought he was on his way to the pit wall, but he managed to hang on to it. That would have been a terrible spot to have lost any part of your wing, the whole lap in front of him. So he manages to hang on, but again, out the... Looks like someone around the outside has indeed... That was Dylan Asu, I think, who just gave him a little help into the wall there. You could see that he was around the outside. That's a terrible camera. So I'm not sure how much overlap was there, whether Daffer didn't leave him enough space or if Dylan was not entitled to that piece of space, but unfortunately both of them come a cropper and fall further to the back of the field.
I don't think that'll buff out.
No, I think Daffer will be very happy that it's the second race coming up after this one, because he would have been very disappointed with his start, and that's just rubbed salt in the wounds. So there will be a pit stop coming here.
Back up the front here. Donny Sadewa right down the inside of Raj Sandhu, but Raj made him take a very, very inside line. Raj defending nicely, which compromised Donny's exit a lot and meant that Raj could hold on to P1, but he is being challenged.
Joseph Tran in P4, not too far behind these three as well. So we've got a bit of a four-way battle brewing here.
Yeah, I wonder what could transpire with this.
Nice bang, number one. There it is. Good start. That's nice from you. There's plenty of
just for you, JC.
There's plenty of easy ones in here too, but you've gone with a nice one there. So that's a very strong start. 4 laps down, 14 laps. So we've got, what, 28 laps of your presence tonight. Looking forward to a few more of them. They've got a Ferris wheel here as well, the Americans. They like a bit of everything. Nice. That'd be good to observe from. That'd be another one where you couldn't be on there all day.
Look, you got to go big or go home.
Amu just grabbed the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap and has caught right up to this group of 4 drivers on this lap. Made up nearly a second in the first sector. So this is going to very quickly become a 5-way battle for the lead here. So it'll be interesting when it gets to pit stops to see who goes for the undercut.
So what you're saying there is another has entered the battle.
2 in a row. Goodness me. Yes. This is a good little battle brewing up the front here. Donny Sadewa again down that straight, using the slipstream to challenge Ryan Sandhu, but not quite getting it done. But that's 2 laps in a row. He's just put himself in the mirrors of Raj Sandhu and said, hey, we've got no telemetry. Probably not exactly what he said. How about that? That's better.
It's Raj Sandhu pits. Amirwana follows him in. So there's our first pit stops of our lead group. Surely they whack the mediums on. Surely you can get home from the mediums here.
Yeah, man, Madness and Joel Barry here doing battle. Ocean also a part of this little three-way. Madness is going to go pretty deep up the inside here, but again, this uphill braking zone lends itself to allowing some deep braking. But he probably just got a little too greedy on the inside there, which allowed Joel Barry to take a wider line and carry more speed. So Joel Barry hangs on to P8 for now. Madness and King Itchy are P9 and P10. Both Williams fill-ins tonight. But look at this little battle that's forming here. 5 cars involved. Ocean being overtaken by Joel Barry through the S's there. So that's a nice move from Joel Barry.
McNulty has DNF'd and we have a safety car.
Wow.
So Bender has DNF through the lovely Sector 1 there, that little left-right complex.
He's just up here stricken on the side of the road somewhere. He's facing backwards. It's an interesting spot to have DNF'd, and his wheels were all on. What's happened there? Interesting. Can we get someone else to get us a view of Bender as we go past here? He is still on track at the moment. Here he is facing backwards. Just moved by the time we got there. You can see the tyre marks on the road there, though.
But everything still looked to be in place. He seemed to have all 4 wheels.
That's what I thought when we went past him. That was weird.
Very odd indeed.
Either way, all the guys up the front yet to pit are going to get let off here with a safety car. It's going to be Raj Sandhu and Amirwana, who had literally just stopped, are going to get caught out here. So, nice free pit stop.
Ahmad giving that engine a fair old workout on the way into the pit lane there. We'll have to ask Bender what happened there as he joins us for Tier 2. The great David McNulty will be joining us in the comms booth in around about 45 minutes. So we'll ask him what happened in Race 1. Of course, Race 2 still to come, so he gets another chance to score some points tonight, which is the beauty of these sprint races. So, first safety car of the evening. We had plenty of safety cars last week in Azerbaijan. Well
done. A lot
done.
of runoff around this track, so I expect there to be not very many safety cars tonight, with only 14 lap races and all that runoff.
Yeah, if there's anything we know about drivers, they'll find a way.
I was going to say, I'm going to hold you to that now. If there's any more than 2 safety cars per split tonight, then you're in trouble. I'm calling that a curse.
So is that 2 per race or 2 per split?
2 per split, I reckon. Jacob said there'd be none.
Throw me up the creek without a paddle there.
Dietrich Matezic has died. How about that? The billionaire co-founder of Red Bull. Is that enough? And
yes.
Packed in and he's gone.
Call to quits.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe just figured that the Red Bull overspenditure was going to come back and bite him and thought, you know what, I'll just check out. I'm not taking the penalty for that. Someone else can deal with it. Big brain strat. Oh, well, rest in peace, my friend. Yeah, as I said, there was plenty of safety cars last week. Way too many, in fact. So, it's been a reasonable start here. I am impressed with the only spins that we seem to have seen haven't been because other cars have punted other cars. It's just been David having his own little adventure. Well, of course, we didn't see it, so we don't know that. And it did seem like a weird spot. Maybe he got some help. Not sure. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Bender will jump into chat at some point and let us know what happened. Looks like we're going to do just one more lap under the safety car. Everyone's caught up now.
Behind the Aston Martin safety car tonight.
the best one. I'm not a fan of the AMG. Much rather the Aston Martin as the safety car.
Yeah, agreed. Can concur with that. You know what they should do? They should let us drive them. We've got supercars in the game. You can go and drive a McLaren Artura or a Mercedes AMG. They should let us drive the safety cars, and we could have safety car races. Because that Aston Martin sounds deep and grumbly and very nice. Wouldn't mind sitting in that in VR.
They should just let you drive the safety car while you're doing comms at the same time.
Yes! Absolutely. That's a great call.
I can see that only going well.
There'd be safety cars every 2 laps. I'd just drive out there for fun. I'd just roll out of the pit lane. Yeah.
It'd go almost as well as live streaming the steward's office on a typical Wednesday or Thursday night in ACC.
There's your content. We should absolutely line that up one night.
All you're going to see is sitting there doing shots. Just one after the other. As the safety car is coming in this lap. Donny Sadewa will have control of the field. Everyone has done their pit stops. Looks like the majority of the top drivers have chosen the medium tyre.
Oh, I love that from Mull. Garfield car is more advanced than the supercars in F1 22.
Interesting he says that. I've had a couple of cracks at the supercars and I found them enjoyable. Especially in VR. Like cruising, maybe because I was only just doing like Monte Carlo. I probably wasn't going very fast, I don't know. But I had a bit of fun with that. So maybe the Simicube and the Fanatec software playing different games there, I'm not sure. But anyway, let's come around the final corner now and watch Donny Sadeh will lead him away. No safety car funny buggers for the restarts because the start-finish straight is right next to a corner, so they go almost immediately. There's no backing them up. Donny Sadewa up into the first corner, nice and easy. And then it looks like everyone else behind has filed through pretty nicely. It doesn't look like there was any moves, in fact, up into the first corner. So Mike Dinaldi here putting a fair bit of pressure on Joe Williams as they go through the S's for the first time and past the Ferris wheel.
I have noticed Dylan in P11 has chosen not to pit under that safety car. He's the only car. Aaron Gavin grabs himself 3 seconds. Looks like Madness in front may have grabbed 3 seconds as well. Mike DeNulty looking to try and line up Joe Williams. Doesn't get the best exit onto the straight. Gonna dump a lot of that battery to get up behind him. He's going to be forced to go around the outside.
Oh, it just got it done before the braking zone. Yeah. Yeah, he got a nice slipstream there. It looked like he's got a low wing sort of setup going on because that looked almost too easy for Mike Dinaldi. So up into P8 for our man Mike on his first race back for a couple of weeks. Welcome back to Mike Dinaldi.
Got a little battle here between Joseph Tran and Amu Anna. Joseph goes very wide there. Amu's going to get up the inside. Joseph's just going to let him have it. Sit behind, try and get that position back once DRS opens up. Well, it looks like he's going to have a look up into turn 1. Not quite there. Got a nice little McLaren and Aston Martin train going here.
So British Railways at it again.
Oh, look at all the 3-second penalties coming through now as we head through the S's for the 9th time. We saw 2 come through quickfire on the last lap, and then again there, 2 very quickly in succession. So we've got 4 on the board now. I believe they are only 3-second penalties for each of those drivers. In fact, Madness with 5. So I'm not sure whether Madness has sped in the pit lane there and we've missed that or what's happened there, but that is a 5 for Madness back there in P17.
Yeah, I dare say that would be for speeding in the pit lane.
Mike Dinaldi's just walked past Armand Securi as well, so up in a P7 now for Mike Dinaldi, using that back straight to good effect. He's clearly got a little lower wing than everyone else and is using it to full effect on the back straight.
He used a lot of his battery though. He's dumping a lot of his battery on that back straight. Obviously trying to get some positions before we inevitably have a DRS train next lap. Come around the final corner. DRS is enabled this lap.
This is Jacob Sevilla in front of him with only 15% of his battery left too. So whilst Mike Denoldi is using a fair chunk of his, he's racing with competitors who have done the same thing. So not at a huge disadvantage based on his current battery, which is around about a third. So you would think by the time we get around to this back straight, he'll have another crack here and potentially move up to P6 on this lap.
Jacob's had a fantastic race so far. I believe he started down around that P15 mark. He's up 9 positions so far. So, as that's Mike Denolti dead. Right at that corner we said we were going to need to watch tonight. Looks like he's gone off to the right though. Most of the cars spun to the infield and he's gone to the outside and absolutely nailed that fence.
And Bert's out for another drive.
Yep. Mike
That's a real
Denoldi,
shame.
too low wing.
Mike was fine.
He was flying, wasn't he? Yep, he'd had a really good start to the race and was making move after move, so maybe just a little too greedy on the throttle there.
This safety car will be out for a couple of laps and we're probably going to be in for a 3-lap sprint to the end. So it's going to line up a very exciting finish because if that is the case, DRS will only be enabled for the final lap. Everyone will get a chance to just settle himself down, compose himself, have a bit of a breather.
Recharge those batteries.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's going to have a full 100% for the final 3 or so laps. A lot of drivers diving into the pit lane, maybe whacking a fresh set of softs on for the last couple of laps.
Well, Dylan's in there because, as you said before, hadn't completed his mandatory yet, so he had no choice. This is a stop that he had to make. But there is some interesting stops back there from Daffa Harritz and Lynn Spin and Madness and Aaron Gavin as well. So up to 3 and 2 stops respectively for those fellas, which is more than required. Certainly not ideal in a short 14-lap race to have 3 stops. But as Jacob said, they'll get onto some fresh, soft boots now, all 5 of them, with a nice fresh set. So can they use those soft tyres over the last 2 laps to make up a couple of spots? They're not far outside that top 10. King Itchy currently holds P10. But all the cars in front of them on 5-lap-old mediums, they'll be 7-lap-old mediums by the time this safety car ends, unless these cars can catch up really quick at the back. And the safety car comes in on this lap. It'll be some worn tyres that greet them as they restart, and those soft tyres might be with a chance to sneak into the top 10.
Yeah, look, you are going to have a grip advantage with those fresh softs, but with everyone with full batteries and no DRS till the last lap, if the safety car stays out another lap, we won't get any more DRS to finish the race. So Joel Barry had a bit of a moment there somewhere because 3 of the guys on soft tyres have just jumped above him, so whether he's had a spin or something under the safety car. But with the safety car doing 1 more lap, that pretty much finishes up DRS for this race. So with everyone with full batteries, it'll be interesting to see if those guys on the softs can pull out anything.
I think it'll just be more of a case of those at the front just need to not make any mistakes. I think just without that DRS in such a short space of time, you're not making any mistakes, you should be okay.
Well, we said that last week. Zekai Chu only needed to lead 2 laps in Tier 1 and he managed to bin it into the fence.
Oh, it still hurts. Oh, no. That was exactly what Tier 1 needed. For him to have a really good race there, and then for him to bin it with 2 laps to go. I don't think I've ever been so brokenhearted as a completely neutral and unbiased spectator, just wanting to see a really close battle between the two Zs. Of course, there is still 8 laps to go. Sorry, 8 rounds to go. So Zekai's got plenty of chances to come back and have another crack at it, but that was just the perfect result. Smithy down there in P8 or P9, Zekai coming home in P1 would have meant that we came into Coda with those two basically neck and neck as they had been all season long. But yeah, with binning at 2 laps to go, he has continued to stay behind Smithy by, I think, about 80 points or something. Again, points not updated this week, so I'm not able to tell you exactly, but he went into last week with a fairly strong margin, Smithy, and finished in front of Zekai because of him binning it on the last couple of laps. So, still hurts. You brought that up too soon, Jacob.
Too soon?
Too soon.
Sorry, I apologise. The safety car is coming in, so we're going to have a 2-lap sprint to the end here. Donny Sadewa is going to get us underway.
Donny Sadewa and Radica Kaswara have been good since the start. They haven't moved. They started first and second. They are currently first and second. And with 2 laps to go, severe collision under the safety car from Dylan Sue, who looks to have gone up the back of Rafley Addy. So it's not ideal for Dylan. He'll cop a 5-second whack for that, and maybe some wing damage as well. We didn't see what happened there. It's not the ideal safety car restart for the AlphaTauri driver, but around the final corner now, Donny Sadewa again leading the way. Dylan Zhu with 3 seconds for cutting corners as well, so bad to shit to worse for Dylan as he pops into the pits. He'll fall to the back of the field, and with all those penalties, you don't see him jumping up with 2 laps to go. So out of the battle for 10th, he goes, oh no!
That's Radica Kaswara!
Radica has gone around and has taken out Raj Sandhu with him. That is hugely unfortunate. And then Radica has grabbed 5 seconds for smashing into Ocean on the rejoin. Goodness me, that's going to be a good one for the stewards. Alex, I'm up here very pleased he's not in the stewards booth tonight. That's going to be a very interesting watch later on the week when we get the replays for that one. And it's all gone to chaos for Radica Kaswara and a few others here on the second last lap.
It wasn't P1 spinning, it was P2 spinning this evening. That lifts Amuana, Joseph Tran up into P2, P3. It gives a big gap forward to Donny Sadewa though. All he needs to do is keep that Ferrari on the road. As Jacob in the McLaren is now up 11 positions into P4. And that puts Daffa Harris, our man who didn't have a very good race. He's in the coveted P10 at the moment. So he's going to look to sort of hold on to this position. That'll give him pole position for the next race, but he's going to put some pressure on Joel Barry. He is on a fresh set of softs. As Donny Sadewa starts what is the final lap. Amuana has gained 4/10 on him in the final sector. So this one might not be over yet. Namu's definitely not going to die wondering this lap. Plenty of battery. Only half a second between them. Managed to gap Joseph into P3, so he's left freely to just chase down Donny on this final lap. These guys won't have DRS down the back straight, so it's going to have to dump a lot of battery. Amu was definitely quicker through Sector 3 on the previous lap. There's a huge lock up there.
Both drivers on about a third of their battery, and you can see them exhausting it now. It's lit up green, so they are using everything they've got down this back straight here. Donny defending for his life. You can see Amu very quick and is again closed up behind Donny, but he's got to get this last sector absolutely perfect if he wants any chance of pinching P1 here. Back through the field there, you can see a couple of spots switching over. In fact, I'm just going to flick back there because this is the battle for P10. with Daffa Harrods now moving up to P9. Kingichi is still there side by side, so it's not over yet. This is a three-way battle. And again, the little switch back there from Daffa Harrods is nice, but he's going to have to go around the outside here. Amuana not close enough to pinch P1, so it will be Donny Sadewa P1 and Amuana P2. And back here in the battle for P10, it looks like Daffa Harrods is going to grab it after what, as Jacob said, a poor start to the race. You're never out of it in these sprint races. Daffa Harrods will start from pole in the next race. And Donny Sadewa claims P1 here from Amuana. But it was a very, very interesting end to that one with a couple of drivers getting it all wrong. And Raj Sandhu, unfortunately, a passenger at the safety car restart there for Aditya Kaswaro's little accident. So he fell back to P13. Not ideal for him considering how strong his start to the race was. And then a few others as well got caught up. Ocean, again, another unlucky passenger who looked to have been taken out on the rejoin from Raditya. But again, we didn't get a great view of that. Only the penalty popping up.
I think Ocean was actually on the grass trying to avoid that. And Raditya spun himself to the grass to get off the road and managed to hit the Mercedes that was mowing the lawn.
Oofed. That's as unlucky as it gets. Nice little celebration there. Hello. Cheeky one from Donny Sadewa. Comes out with a guitar solo. Very nice. Not as nice as claiming a trophy, though. Bang. P1, Donny Sadewa. As we said at the start, all he needed to do was come across the line in any position tonight to claim P1 in the championship. But he's done that in race 1 with a top stepper. Nice work to the Ferrari man. Donny Sadewa will lead your championship for Tier 3 as we head into Mexico next week. Donny Sadewa, P1. Nice work. Your results for Tier 3 just about to tick over now. Whenever the lobby's ready, we will see Donny Sadewa in P1. And it was Amuana in P2. And then I want to say Joseph Tran in P3, but I might be wrong. Oh, we're just going to skip the results, are we? Deckers isn't going to be happy with that. Oh, we've just totally skipped the results. Okay, good. Not even sure how that happens. I've never seen that before. We get something new every single week, don't we?
I've got to keep you on your toes.
Absolutely. So we didn't get to see any. That's going to hurt. Someone I hope is streaming because Deckers can't do any of his points. He can't handle anything unless he gets those points, and I usually handle that for him. So I wasn't given an option, Deckers. Don't hurt me. For now, we'll chuck some tunes on. We'll hang around. Don't go far away. Because, as I said, the reverse grid, always interesting. And we get a chance to watch Daffa Harrods have a crack at race 2. Of course, a lot of Bender fans in chat as well. David McNulty DNFing nice and early in that race, so he'll get a second crack at it. So we'll keep our eyes on him.
While we wait for these guys to set up the grid for the race 2, who's your pick for tonight's race?
For in real life?
Tomorrow morning's race, in real life.
I mean, Carlos starting from pole makes me sort of lean towards him. But you just can't go past the Red Bulls. They've been so strong. But, you know, Max has already got... So maybe he just takes the foot off the gas a little bit. Max with the foot off the gas. I reckon Sergio Perez wins tonight. There you go. That's my...
I want Hamilton to get his first race win. He hasn't had one this season, and this is one of the only seasons for a very, very long time where Hamilton has not won a single race in a season.
Wow, really? I didn't know that. That's a stat.
So starting from P2, I'm barracking for the Mercedes tonight. I want Hamilton.
Ricardo, if he uses his horse. Mate, he's going to move to America once he's retired. He is pretty sure he's just been adopted as an American. Daniel Ricciardo loves his Americanisms, gets up on that horse, puts his bloody cowboy hat on. He loves it over there in Texas. So, why Australian commentary?
So here you go. Hamilton remains the only driver in F1 history to have won at least one race in every season he has competed in since making his debut in 2007.
That's insane. That's actually a really good record to hold.
And he has not won a race yet this season. And I think starting on the front row, this one is probably his best chance.
Well, I know I said Sergio Perez, but now I'm barracking for Hamilton, which I don't think I've ever said before in my entire life. But that's a good shout from you. I'm all for the underdog story, and that's a huge record. I want him to hold that, so I'm with you. I kind of hope Lewis wins now. Again, remind me what time it starts in real time, not in like Queensland time.
6 a.m.
Yeah, well,
in
that's
daylight
right.
savings time.
That's right.
So I'll be having it on at work. And I don't usually barrack for the Mercedes, but with the championship already being decided, I think Hamilton's best chance to win a race this season is going to come here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Suma reckons Ferrari are going to butcher the strat, which is not uncommon. So there goes any chance of Carlos Sainz from pole.
I mean, isn't that just your free square in the bingo sheet?
I reckon it's nearly happened every single week. Avids believes in max supremacy.
You racing tonight, Jared Ellis? Are you joining us for Tier 1? Now that I've said, I've ruined it. I've said his name. I said his name on stream. Now he's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to do a bender and spin it pretty early on now that I've said his name. That's disappointing. Hey, I'll tell you another thing that's going on right now, and I've got a query for you, Jacob Weatherburn. Are you qualifying for the VRS Pro Series coming up? Question?
I wish I could, but being on a Saturday night, wife and kids, the wife actually said no to that series. So
Yeah.
I unfortunately do need to listen to her, which is unfortunate because I would have loved to have done the Pro Series.
Yeah, I got a very similar tap on the shoulder, I'm afraid. I'm lucky I get to commentate it. That's about as much as I was allowed to do. Because I can sort of step up and move away if entirely necessary. But yeah, we've got the same sort of whip out in this house, so I wasn't able to participate. So I'm disappointed not to see you, but how close is the qualifying for the VRS Pro Series? I don't know if you've had a little look down the qualifying table, but it is as tight as it gets between AP and OCE's closest and fastest drivers. They are absolutely duking it out. And the great man upstairs just advising us the qualifying has just closed for the said VRS Pro Series. So I believe it's the top 50. That number's changed a couple of
40.
times.
40, I believe.
Right, okay. It was if they got Purstus. Yeah, right, you're right. Top 40. And they're qualifying at Alton Park. There's some very big names on that sheet, so I am interested to know who managed to claw P1 out of that. And then, of course, the VRS Pro Series coming to your screens in November on a Saturday night. We've been screaming out for some prime time Saturday night content for a while. So whilst it isn't quite working out for a few of the drivers, those who are seeking for something to watch on a Saturday night, we've got it coming. Absolutely looking forward to the Assetto Corsa Competizione VRS Pro Series. Only the very fastest and the very best will make it to your screens on a Saturday night. So looking forward to that one.
And last time I had a look, probably about 15 minutes ago, it was something like a 1/100th gap between the final qualifier and the first person missing out. So really, really small gaps across that whole field.
Just incredible.
I just had a quick look at it then. It's very, very close, but we'll leave it to the great man to tell us who is in and who are those that are unfortunately just going to miss the cut. The P40 to P41 gap was 0.028.
Oh,
Which, if you're in that P41, if you just scrape out not even half a tenth.
And also the other qualifying that finished at exactly the same time was for the upcoming 6 Hours of Silverstone.
Has that closed yet? That's closing at the end of tonight. God, it's all happening here
No,
on a
that closed
Sunday.
the same time as the Pro Series.
Yeah,
so
that closed at
the
6
same
PM
finish
as well.
time.
Oh, it's closed as well.
Yep.
Oh,
So
I was just-
endurance qualifying is done and dusted for Silverstone.
Oh, I was just about to pop into the server and do a 56 too. What a shame.
I thought you were on track for a 55.
I've done a 55 in the McLaren. I wasn't getting anywhere near that in the Honda. It was also on the old BOP, so that doesn't count.
I must admit, I gave up on Silverstone quali. I could not get anywhere near your time, JC. So you are our team's lead driver for the Silverstone 6 hour.
I don't know if you saw my lap times. Go and have a look at them. But there's a bunch of high 57s in there, and then literally one 57.2. And I think it was the last lap that I did. It was a fluke. It was a dead set fluke, and I have absolutely no idea how to recreate it. So I think the next best time I did was a 57.6. And then to beat that by 4/10 just once, I was like, that's it. I'm not improving. I'm done. Absolutely no idea how I pulled that one out. But don't mind me. There's bloody 56s out. I think there was 9 drivers who ended up with a 56. So that's a really super alien effort from all those drivers up there. Jared Ellis popped in with a 58.8. Nothing wrong with that, mate. That's pretty handy. But yeah, very competitive in the VRS Pro Series. Cannot believe how close it has been in qualifying. And at Alton Park, no less. That's going to be a very... Sorry, are we doing the first race at Alton Park, or is it just qualifying? That sounds like it'd just be qualifying. Where is the first round of the VRS Pro Series? Please advise. I think Spa was in the mix, but that's only if we got over a certain amount of drivers, and I think we might have been scraping that. Maybe got there, I'm not sure. So an elimination round at Spa is round 1 potentially, and if not, then it is Monza, is it?
Monza. In the Discord, it says Monza is the round 1 for the VRS Pro Series.
Yes, that's right.
On the 19th of November. So mark that date in your calendars.
Less than a month away. It's going to be huge. As I said, the Discord has been screaming out for Saturday night content. And so the great man has provided the very best drivers in OCE. The very best commentators will be there as well, if I do say so myself. And of course, the very best stewards up there in the clouds with the...
Debatable.
Come on now.
Have you seen the race director?
I have. Actually, I haven't.
My point proven.
I'm sure it's a very capable and handsome individual.
You're right on 0 out of 2 there.
All right, we're just getting ready to get back on the grid now in Austin, Texas for race 2 of Tier 3. Circuit of the Americas just about ready to get underway again. And it'll be Daffa Harritz who leads them up into turn 1 as he finished in P10. So let's take you over there now. Just hanging out in the pit lane at the moment as the drivers get their setups in place. Looks to be nice and dry again here for race 2. No indication of rain coming out of our little birdies in chat, so those blue skies poking through the clouds there look to be hanging around.
I'm not sure it ever rains in Texas.
It's a good point. Yeah, there wouldn't be much of it.
Although, lovely uphill braking zone, reverse grid, what more could you ask for?
Oh, good. Now you've done it.
I've done my best.
Now
The
you've
rest
done it.
is up to them.
No, the rest is up to you because you're going to call the start now. You've absolutely cursed them up into turn 1, so you can call it. And if anything goes wrong, everyone knows where to send their hate and or love mail, depending on how well they get through turn 1. But take us away, Jake and Weatherburn, race 2.
Formation lap to begin with. Got Daffa Harris in P1, King Itchy P2, Joel Barry P3, Ahmed Sakuri in P4, Yulin Spin in P5, Joe Williams in P6, Jacob Savica in P7, and then the rest, everyone else. So we line them up on the grid.
Interesting little final corner there for Daffa Harris. Looks like he got through there before anyone else, and considering they're all AI driven at the moment, there's a bit of a red flag there. That's a warning sign. There's always something that happens before chaos, and that to me is a little red flag, but we'll see what happens as Jacob calls us up into turn 1. Get ready, YouTube chat. This is going to be fun. Look how steep that uphill is, by the way. You don't get a really good view of it from the broadcast cam, but that's a good camera there. That is very steep up into turn 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 red lights. And we are off. It seems like a good start for everyone at the moment as we head uphill into turn 1. Red Bull of Joe Williams looking to the outside of Ahmed Sakuri, breaks deep. Looks like he's going to get round the outside. Joel Barry gets pushed a little wide on the exit there. Everyone seems very clean. Someone looked to be a little wide. Through the, I suppose, S's you could call them for the first time. But Dylan Sue back here in P15. Mike Donalty in front of him. Looks like he's going to get a run up the inside here. Very close to the back of Ocean. Very, very clean on the first lap as we head down onto the back straight. Daffa Harris has held on to P1. King Itchy in P2.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus, there it goes.
There's a bit of death up here.
There's
Oh,
death
there's more death.
everywhere.
Oh, no. Ocean is DNF there.
Medici Kaswara, another 5-second penalty for a severe collision with Ocean. So that has happened 2 races in a row, and we have a safety car.
So I don't know.
A bit of a rivalry there.
Alex, I don't know if you saw what Radicia was doing there with the spinning of the wheels, but certainly wasn't holding the brakes, Radicia. And as Jacob rightly pointed out, considering the fact that that last incident with Ocean was only 2 laps to go in race 1, Radicia has claimed 2 5-second penalties for killing Ocean within 3 laps. So that is... Look, I'm not sure whether there's a vendetta on Ocean's family that Radicia's after. I'm not sure what the deal is. If there's anything personal there or what. But poor old Ocean has been dead set in the wars tonight. And Radicia right there with it. So you're right, Jacob. It was a nice, clean start. Both drivers seem to have good starts off the line and then move their way through the midfield a little bit. But then when they joined battle, down onto that back straight hairpin, there was 3 or 4 wide as we got down there, and I'm not sure, we didn't quite catch who spun first or what kicked all that off, but there was cars plastered across the track, which meant that when the others came around the corner, they just were visited by a wall of F1 cars, and there wasn't a lot of place to go. Ocean, again, just looked to be minding her own business, trying to find a way around the carnage, and unfortunately wasn't able to find a way through. In the last race, she managed to carry on, but this time she is our first DNF here in Tier 3. So unfortunate for Ocean. Everyone else gets to continue on for the last 12 laps, but she will have to watch on from the observation deck. Hopefully she gets a free pass up there and gets to hang out for the last 10-15 minutes.
Well, only 10 minutes.
No, that's what I'm saying. Give her a free pass. Just allow her to hang up there until the end of the race. Referee Addy has joined. That's interesting. He's already in the race. I don't know whether he's AI or something there, but he's... Anyway, rejoined now, hopefully, and in control of his car. The Williams driver, the fill-in tonight for Tom Maloney.
We did have a lot of cars at the back of the field pit. Probably to repair some wing damage. I think a few drivers jumped onto those hard tyres. Top sort of 7 or 8 drivers, or top 11 drivers have all stayed out.
What I can say is this is safety car number 3. We're only allowed to have 2, so...
So I'll see myself out.
Yep, you do that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Catch you next week.
Oh, more collisions under safety car back here. Back there, there's, I think, Madness and Aaron Gavin getting together. Not sure whether that was if Madness is doing or who caused that. Madness has got all his wings on.
Aaron Gavin is well off the back of the pack, so I dare say he's had a little bit of a touch of someone and spun himself out, but it looks like he's got all his wing and that in place.
I really don't know what's up with OLR and crashing under safety cars this week.
There's been a fair bit of it this week. It's been disappointing for sure.
Just got to give yourself some gap behind the car. Doesn't help in F1 where you have all the weaving to warm the tyres and stuff like that. Sometimes you can be weaving and then jump on the brakes to try and warm the brakes up, and the person behind you just isn't aware of what you're doing, and whether you're predictable or not is another question, but we do see it quite often.
Yeah, I'm with you, Alex. I think we see it more often than we should. You can see Radicia here's got it right. You've got to stagnate yourself. Don't plant yourself right behind another car. Stagnate yourself. Give yourself a car's width in front with, like, just put yourself on the left here, Aaron, which he does. And then Radicia should be on the right-hand side of Madness. And just don't put yourself right behind another car. You give yourself no time to react. Nathan Monks is in chat and he's crying tears of steward pain. He's the race director here for Tier 3. He's had enough already.
Yeah, look, I know your pain there.
Yeah, better than anyone. Alex Imey knows your pain, that's for sure. So all the cars are caught up now. The back of the grid has caught up to the front of the field. So the safety car will come in this lap. Burt will pull it in. And again, Dapper Harritz continues to lead the way after starting from pole. But he's joined now by Joe Williams, who's had a great start from P6 up into P2. Poor old King Itchy, after starting from P2, has dropped back to P10 already. So not a great start for him in the Haas.
Big mover. Bender up there in P9. That's who we want. DNF'd himself, I believe, in race 1. So we get ready to go. Dapper Harris is going to take control of the field. Those are all very bunched together, as even Donny Sade was halfway up the inside of Raj Sandhu there at the last turn. But we are underway, heading uphill into turn 1. Should be all single file. Huge lock up there for Ahmed Sakuri. Amuana's looking up the inside of Joel Barry. Raj Sandhu's lost a few positions. All relatively good and clean. Ahmed in P3. Raj Sandhu down here in P7. Got Donny Sadewa right behind him, and Bender's right behind Donny. Round to the cause of the accident on lap 1. Let's hope they can get through this hairpin onto the back straight safely this time. Very well done by everyone. Joel Barry in P4. Had a look around the outside of Ahmed on the restart there, but couldn't quite get it done.
Raj Sandhu and Donny Sadewa doing battle down into the back straight hairpin, and they're still side by side here through this tricky little section here. There's a couple of different lines that each driver can take. You can see Donny getting a little crossed up there as he does battle with Raj, and Raj therefore gets the inside line down into that really sharp left-hander. It's a tricky corner, that left-hander, but he's done nicely, Raj, to hang on to P7 and now challenge the back of Linspin. Oh, he went a little deep down the inside there. I thought he was going to send it, which would have been very rude of him. He's done nicely to pull it up and not send it into the side pods of Linspin. And then he looked like he was going to get a good exit, but just got them all crossed up and lost a bunch of traction up the way to turn 1. Goes deep into turn 1 and pulls it up, makes the apex. I tell you what, I thought he was going to go way off track there and miss that by a mile, but he's done nicely on the soft tyre, Raj Sandhu, to pull it up. So up into P6. Nice one.
The uphill nature of turn 1 there definitely helped him pull that car up. You can go a lot deeper into that corner than I think a lot of people think they can. So that uphill nature of it does slow you down very well. So Moena's here, P4 having a look at Ahmed Zakuri. Trying to get the traction down onto the back straight. Get into that slipstream. Looks like he's going to dump a heap of battery. Already up 5 positions.
Using all of the outside of the track there to open up this corner, which lends him into a bit of a move here on Ahmad. He just pokes his nose in his mirrors there and lets him know he's thereabouts. Amu looking really capable here again in control of this McLaren tonight. Hasn't necessarily blown us away with his pace as he so often does. There's a few issues up front here. That's Daff Harris.
Daff has had a spin there, not sure what's happened. Looked like he may have just lost it on his own, but he's had to sit there and wait for the entire field to go past him. So that's a real shame from Daff Harris there, who was your current leader. It looks like Radici Caswaro's had a moment as well. And we have another safety car.
What's that for?
But no DNF, so I think Radici may have sat still on the track for a little too long.
What is this safety car for? Where was he sitting? Radici wasn't sitting anywhere. He's just been driving on.
No, Radici was sitting horizontal just before pit entry.
Was he? Oh, okay,
So
I didn't see
He
that.
had a bit of a moment by himself as well on the exit to the second to last corner. As he really nails the back of the
Jesus.
safety car.
Was that just me? He was very close to the safety car. Radici, goodness me, he's been in the wars already tonight. Just want him to come home nice and safe and easy, does it? Absolutely, nearly inserted himself into the exhaust pipes of the Aston Martin safety car there.
But that safety car definitely does help Daff Harris, who was going to have to pit anyway because his tyres would have been ruined. The safety car is going to allow him just to get back up onto the back of the pack.
Is it though? What is the safety car doing? Doesn't it usually just pull over in sector 1 and wait for everyone?
Yeah, I believe it's not pulling over, but definitely waiting for the leader. But it looks like it's going to do a lap while it's at it.
It's just cruising around doing its own thing.
What? Stop there in sector 2.
Has it stopped?
Mate.
I think it has.
Yep. I think
All
it
right.
decided that the S section was probably not the best place to park itself up.
I guess.
So good work from Bert Mylander.
Yeah.
That leaves both Ferrari drivers down in P17 and P18 currently. Surely
Yeah,
we'll
considering
see-
how strong they looked at the start of the night, they were P1 and P2 after qualifying.
I think you'll see the majority of the front runners will pit now. Halfway through the race. I'd be very surprised if anybody stays out.
Joe Williams, Emma Wanner, Joel Barry, they're all in there. Linspin's decided to stay out.
Ignici stayed out as well. Radici
Radici.
Caswaro now sitting under the safety car. So it's going from bad to worse for Radici.
On his way into the pit lane too, so not sure where he's managed to do that. There's not a lot of space for speeding between the last couple of corners, and on his way into the pit lane, he's obviously had his foot in it somewhere. So this man, Yulin Spin, go and follow his Twitch by the look of it, see if he's streaming at the moment. Go and say hello. He's out there in P1 at the moment. He's going for the bender strat, having not pitted, finding himself in P1. That is how Bender likes to go about his business. Not tonight, of course. Still around on track. He's in P12 at the moment, so we'll catch up with him later on. But at the moment, as I said, just having a look at Linspin. Cheeky little fill-in tonight. Obviously did his classification laps during the week. The great Deckers has asserted him as a Tier 3 pace driver, and he's done very nicely to pop himself in here tonight and avoid most of the chaos. It looks like he's kept himself mostly out of trouble, so he's done very nicely here on his debut in Octane Online Racing. Nice work to you, Linspin. But of course, with a pit stop yet to be completed, he will drop further down in the order. But nice to be just sitting up here on the top of the tables, just for now.
Looks like we're going to do one more lap under the safety car. Just waiting for these back markers to catch up. How do we see it playing out from here? Everyone except there's only one driver that hasn't pitted. Yule and Spin staying there in P1.
I tell you what I see is Mike Denoldi winning this one from P3 here at the moment. He's only got King Itchy to get past. As I said, we've discussed Yulin Spin's got to come into the pits, so he takes himself out of the running for P1. Mike Denoldi has been really strong all season long, so you would suggest that he's got it in the bag at this point. King Itchy, very nice work to be up there in P2 at the moment, but I just don't think he's going to have the pace to hold off Mike Denoldi, currently P3 in the championship, so clearly has the pace. That would be my bet for your race winner here in race 2.
Anything can happen, as we saw last race. Just a small little mistake here or there puts you right at the back.
What about yourself, Jacob? You got your eye on anyone in particular here?
Yeah, look, I don't want to pick the same as you, but Mike Denolti's definitely got the pace. But let's go Joseph Tran, the Aston Martin from P4. He's looked good all night. He's been up there and thereabouts. Mike Denolti did have that DNF in race 1, so I know he is going to want to redeem himself, but I think Joseph can apply some pressure. What tyres did everyone jump on? Is there any hard runners in the field? No, we're all mediums and softs. Safety cars coming in. Yule and Spin, I believe, is reserving for tonight, is going to take control of the field.
All right, let's get ready to get underway. We'll see how Jacob's prediction transpires. Nothing to that? No, it's poor. It took me a whole minute and a half to come up with that. It wasn't even good. That's why I stay out of it, and I leave it to the professionals.
You've got to put the emphasis on things.
My bad. I'll work on that next time.
If you're not putting the emphasis, people just go, oh, that's a word.
Yulin Spin. Let's hope he does not. Yulin Spin around the final corner here. He does not. Gets the traction down, gets underway. 5 laps to go. He is your race leader at the moment, but having not pitted yet, it'll be the battle between Mike Denoldi and King Itchy that we keep our eyes on. Nice and deep into the first corner there for Mike Denoldi. Not able to make that apex by a long way, so he cost himself a little bit there. He's got a nice little gap to Jacob behind him, so he's not in too much danger. Further back through the field, looks like there's a couple of side-by-sides here. The two Aston Martin teammates getting a little bit, how you going? Joseph using all sorts of track there. In fact, not getting that line right at all. Jacob's cursed him back to P7 after the first sector, so nice effort there.
I don't believe he got the traction down after the last corner because he lost all 3 of those positions before turn 1. So he just didn't have the greatest exit. He's now got Raj Sandhu right on the back of him. Gets a great exit. We've got a yellow flag in sector 2. That looks like Donny Sadewa. No, it's Joel Barry and Donny have come together. Oh, and who's that off ahead?
Aaron Gavin, I think.
Has murdered himself into the wall, I believe. I don't know if there was any contact there from anyone. I didn't see anyone around him.
No safety car, though. We carry on. But again, that corner causing problems. We saw that in the last race. That corner before the back straight is very tight. Raj Sandhu and Joseph Tran getting very tight here too. Raj being asked to go around the outside and getting a bit of a snap there, which he manages to catch. That's trickier to do than it looks. Raj has done nicely there to hang on to that one, and again there too. So the Red Bull just starting to get away from him a little bit here, but he manages to hang on to P7 after battling with Amuana and Joseph Tran over that lap. So nice work to Raj. But up the front, King Itchy still managing to hold off Mike Denoldi, who's just being patient here, biding his time. Linspin's got 2.5 seconds up the front by himself, but that again, that's not going to help him because he's got a pit stop to do. So he's got a fair bit of pace about him, Linspin, but not able to use it tonight, unfortunately, and not quite getting the pit strategy right. Should have ducked in during the safety car and see if he used that pace in another way. Anyway, back through the field, more yellow flags.
I believe that's Daffa Harris that's around in sector 1. The Ferrari driver's just not getting it right in race 2 here, and that car still looks like a handful. He'd have some terrible tyres on there at the moment.
Yep, they would be cooked good and proper. It'll be interesting to see whether he can get the traction down coming out of this tricky hairpin here. This is where all the actions happen tonight. And he's very gentle on the throttle there, so he does get away. But you're right, the Ferrari driver's having a poor old time of it. Donny Sadewa is a full lap down, so he's not anywhere near it tonight, unfortunately.
I think those tyres will be done medium.
Not well done, because we were at Baku last week. Is that what you're going for there?
Oh, because they're
medium
tyre.
Oh, fuck, I'm slow. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with me?
We've got another spinner who's at Ahmed Sakuri's around. So there's a lot of drivers might be struggling for tyre temp. As Yulin spin sets fastest lap of the race, still is just going to gap these drivers before he makes a stop. There's another yellow flag. Someone spun coming onto the main straight. That looks like Madness. Just getting going again.
Yeah. Gets overtaken by a big handful of drivers there too, including Daffa Harritz, who moves himself inside the top 10.
Seems a lot of drivers just losing the rear end themselves since this restart.
Yeah, a few drivers pointed out in practice this week that it is a very slippery track. It has a fair bit of grip in ACC. It's nowhere near as bad as it is in this game. It is very slippery in this game, so they got underway in the first race and you wouldn't have known. Maybe they were taking it a little bit easier, but here in race 2 it seems that the pedal is to the metal. And is that David Bender McNulty, who looks to have spun again here? That's the same corner he DNF'd himself on in the last race. Manages to get away with it this time. Actually, I think this is the corner up here he DNF'd himself last race. It's one of these two anyway. It's somewhere in this section.
Back where he spun again this time. I don't know if he's got any front wing. Oh, he does. He's just struggling with those overheated soft tyres.
Meanwhile, up the front, King Itchy has been overtaken by Mike Donaldi and Joe Williams. They've both got him. So, King Itchy drops back. Whoa, what's happened to Linspin's cut the corner into the pit lane. Interesting. So he's dived into the pits there. I don't know if he used the pit entry correctly because he has been slapped with 5 seconds for cutting corners on his way into the pit lane. So he's serving that here. You'll see the pit crew not doing anything for 5 seconds before they put the softs on him. That's unfortunate for Linspin, who was probably on for a reasonable shout at a top 10. I don't know how far back he's going to fall now. But on the soft tyres, he can still crawl those spots back too. So don't count him out yet for a 7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere around there with 3 laps to go.
Mike Donaldi's going to have to fight off 2 Red Bulls here. Joe Williams and Raj Sandhu, P2, P3. Hopefully those guys are in team speak together. They can try and work together to hunt down Mike in P1.
They certainly are a fast pair, so they are capable of doing it.
Zamuena's going to look to get King Itchy down the straight. DRS open. Going to get it done easily before the braking zone.
Up ahead, Raj Sandhu challenging his Red Bull teammate too down the inside there. You can see him go. And looks like he's got that one done too. So both drivers using the DRS effectively there. Raj up into P2. Zamuena up into P4. And when we come across the line next, we'll have 2 laps to go. So we are running out of time here. Mike Donaldi being asked to defend over the last lap. I would suggest he's had it all to himself here for a while, but now he's got Raj well and truly in his mirrors. Giving himself a bit of a wiggle there and just poking his nose in and saying, hello, Mike, I'm here. Radic Kaswaro not for the first time tonight, apologies, grabs himself a little pen. So he's stacking them up now. Back there in P11, that's going to drop him back a fairly large amount of positions. I think he's got 8, 9, 10, 11 seconds penalties now, so he'll go back a few.
Just salt in the wound, really.
Raj up into the S's and didn't wait until the last lap. He's got it done now. He's up into P1. So, bit of DRS chicken here potentially. He's actually done this perfectly because now Mike will get the DRS here on the second last lap and maybe use that to overtake. I was going to say he was going to use it to overtake him. He's already a second clear. I don't think he's going to get... I don't think Mike's going to get DRS here.
I think he's probably just grabbed it.
Let's see if he opens it up.
No, he
He
didn't.
doesn't. He
missed it.
didn't get it.
So Raj has run away from him. Meanwhile, in chat, our championship leader coming into the round, Jesse McLean, is loving the fact that Donny Sadewa is a lap down on everybody.
And he got the race win in race 1, though, so nice big chunk of points there.
Samu Wanner's putting pressure on Joe Williams now for P3. Mike Donalty not too far in front of them. Mike's trying his best to get back inside the DRS of Raj, but he's just sitting outside that 1 second at the moment.
I wonder if maybe he's pushed the tyres a little bit too hard. They are 4 laps older than everyone else's around him.
Well,
Yeah,
none of
you're
us
probably
predicted.
right.
Well, none of us predicted Raj Sandhu. I don't even know where he was at the safety car restart. He wasn't anywhere inside the top 5. So he has come from the
around
clouds.
P7.
Yeah, he was down there somewhere. So he's come from the clouds here, really, on these 7-lap old mediums, and doing very nicely here on the final lap. Finds himself a second and a half down the road. So really, his race to lose now. Any sort of error, that's what will be required. Mike Donaldi was looking good for P1, now sitting in P2 with a 3-second penalty. And he's got Amu Anna and Joe Williams wearing him like a glove as well. So what was potentially P1 for Mike Donaldi now looks like it's going to be P4.
I think you'll find it's probably going to be P5. King Ichi is inside that 3 second as well. So it's going to drop him a bunch of places down the field. He's going to have Joe Williams and Amu Anna put pressure on him.
It's going to be
DRS open, they're not really gaining on him though, so he must have a very low wing setup. Joe Williams is going to go round the outside. He's going to try and make it a Red Bull 1-2.
Mike's deep.
Had a huge lock up there, and unfortunately he's going to lose 2 positions.
Mike's going to send it again, though, down the inside here, I think. He does. That's a nice little send. That's a good corner to do that, because most drivers will take a really wide entry. So he knew that. He sent it down the inside there, entitled to do so, but Amu Anna gets the inside line for the double right-hander and bang, makes that stick. So P3, Amu Anna. But Raj Sandhu, what a restart. Absolutely did beautifully to come up here and win it. That's a great win. And as you said, Jacob, a 1-2 for the Red Bull boys. So, that'll be
amusing end to the race.
Amusing end to the race. Nice work, Amu. Picking up P3 there with a nice little move on Mike Donaldi, who drops back to P6 with those penalties. As you said, Jacob, King Ichi managing to pinch him as well, and Joseph Tran getting it as well. So Mike Donaldi dropping back to P6 after looking like it was going to be a P1. Has just lost a handful of positions there at the end. Jacob Sevilla claiming P7. Yulin Spin managing to jump back up into P8 after cutting into the pit lane, grabbing 5 seconds, and we're doing all sorts of tricky business there. He managed to still hang on to P8, so that's not a bad debut for Lin Spin. Madness as well, coming in as a reserve driver, has done nicely to finish inside the top 10, and Daffa Harritz, after starting from pole, will be pretty disappointed with P10, I would suggest. And Donny Sadewa, P18. A full lap and a half behind as we wait for David Bender McNulty to cross the final corner and the timing line there. He does. He finishes this race in P17, which is better than the DNF in the first race, but probably still not the result he was after. Mike Donaldi, driver of the day, interestingly. Definitely would have been driver of the day if he won the race. Not sure how I feel about him being driver of the day, but Codemasters, you do you. But this, my friends, is Raj Sandhu giving us a wave. Nice work. Not often we get to see one constructor with 2 drivers up on the top steps, but that is the case tonight with a Red Bull 1-2. So, nice work to the Red Bull crew. Raj and Joe giving themselves a good old spray there. Adrian Newey behind, managing to avoid most of that, which is pretty uncommon actually up here on the top steps. The race engineer generally gets a pretty good spray, but Adrian seems to have avoided that, so he's done nicely. Raj Sandhu from P13, ladies and gentlemen. Bang, P1. Nice. Joe Williams, his Red Bull teammate, P2. Very happy with that. Amuana from P9 looked very classy tonight. As I said, didn't look like necessarily his quickest track, but still managed to pick up P3. So Amu, very good tonight. King Itchy filling in, grabbing P4. Very happy with that. Joseph Trant, Mike Donaldi, Jacob Sevilla, Yulin Spin Madness, Daffa Harritz are your top 10. And then poor old Ocean, goodness gracious, not her best night in terms of luck. Got taken out twice. So hopefully she comes back stronger next week in Mexico. We'll keep an eye on her and we'll try and give her some good juju because she didn't get any of that tonight. Finished down there in P19. That is Tier 3, ladies and gentlemen. Blink and you will miss it. It was fun and now it's gone.
Let's get ready to go again. Straight into Tier 2.
Yep, won't be late and long. In fact, 6:39 now, so I'd be interested to know how far into qualifying they are. Let's just put this up for you. Where are we going? We're going to Tier 2, so you can have one of these. Then I'm going to put some tunes on, and then I'm going to go and find out where exactly Tier 2 is in Turks. I reckon they would have started qualifying by now.
Yeah, I think you'll find they might be in quali. We can probably jump straight in there and catch the end of quali.
Let's go do that. Who are we looking for? Ben Curtis would be championship leader, I reckon. He definitely was as we headed into Azerbaijan last week.
He had a pretty good race in Azerbaijan from memory. So I believe he probably still is leading the Tier 2 championship.
How close is this Tier 2 championship, though? Absolutely loving how close Tier 2 is. There is still 5-6 drivers within 60 points of each other up the top there. So not just a 2-horse race, it's a 5-horse race in Tier 2. And of course, with that many rounds to go, it might be more than 5. We are definitely into qualifying here. So let me just turn these tunes down for you. Oh, it's a good little banger here, though, by the way. All right. We're in qualifying. Good tune. Let's go.
You've always got the bangers, mate.
Oh, yeah. It's playlists that have been created by those before me, though, so don't credit that to me. Neil and Franco and those who are generally in control of what's happening are the ones who come up with those playlists. I've got my own, but people weren't responding to it as much as I wanted it to, so I gave up on it. Maybe my music tastes aren't quite there and abouts. But it is Tier 2. And Ben Curtis currently quickest with a 34.4.
Looks like we already have a DNF in Robert Wenzel.
No, that is not a DNF. That man has got himself a qualifying ban.
Oh, ouch. That stings.
Suma with the naughty corner tonight. So he does not get to participate in this qualifying session. But with only 14 drivers here for Tier 2 tonight, that's really not going to hurt his chances too much. He will still be right in play for a top 10. And of course, the reverse grid gets to bring him in with a chance of that race as well. So don't count him out by any stretch. One of the leaders of the championship, so he's definitely got the pace. He'll be thereabouts.
As Ethan Small takes himself to the top of the table. And in saying that, we have been joined by David Bender McNulty in the comms booth for Tier 2. How are you, mate?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm alright, thanks. How are you guys?
Not too bad. It's been a bit of a night to forget for you in both races there, unfortunately.
Yeah, not particularly great results. The second one was probably more disappointing than the first one. But here we go again next week.
Interesting.
What
Tell us about that.
happened
Because, yeah, you DNF'd in the first one. It looked like an interesting corner to DNF on, and we didn't catch it. We only saw where you were parked up, and it looked like you had all your wheels on, so we weren't sure what happened.
So I had spun, and I was parked on the grass on the inside, and I don't know who it was, but someone crashed into my right rear, and that gave me terminal damage.
Oh, no.
When I was off the track, so I thought that was quite interesting.
So I'm not sure whether you've got a replay of that that'll be sent to the stewards for a little look at, but we had a couple of those.
Don't know. I don't think it let me save it because I left the session or something. I'm not sure.
Ugh. Masters of Code doing it again. But as I said, we had a couple of those tonight. We had a couple of interesting rejoins. Won't name names, I won't shame, but there was a couple of very interesting ones, and a few of them, I believe, resulted in DNFs for other people. So, definitely a long night ahead of Nathan Monks on Tuesday night.
Well, speaking of rejoins, I don't know if you saw it in race 2. I was parked up at that awkward double left-hander, and I think it was hot dogs I spun back around in front of. That wasn't a bad rejoin on my part. I said over voice chat, I had to move because the game was going to DSQ me.
Yeah.
So I didn't really have much choice at that point.
Yeah, it's very, very sharp on the DSQs, unfortunately. It's
You're talking to the DSQ master after last week.
after Azerbaijan, yeah. Yeah.
Going to happen 2 weeks in a row. No, sir, not here.
But notice we've got Jinbin up the front here, so he's still in Tier 2. With a blistering quali pace in Azerbaijan last week. He's currently sitting with a 33.6 at the moment. Momo with a 34 flat behind him.
33.6, around about the pole time for Tier 3, if I recall. From Donny Sadewa.
Yeah, I do believe it was a 33.5 maybe?
Yeah, it was around about this mid-33 mark. Was it Donny Sadewa? I feel like he might have got pinched at the end by someone else. I might be wrong. Shows how good my memory is. But anyway, speaking of memories, Alex Imey, thank you for creating some with myself and Jacob in Tier 3 tonight.
My pleasure. It was quite fun. Enjoy the rest of the night of racing. I'll probably be about in the chat.
Looking forward to your puns for Tier 1 especially. But here in Tier 2 as well, thank you very much, my friend. We'll see you next week.
Good night, everyone.
Does an outstanding job when he pops into the booth, Alex Imey. And again tonight, making Jacob and I look good. Your Alpine teammate here, Andre McLeod, currently with a 34.5 and around about 70% of his battery left as he comes through the first sector here. So I don't know if he's on a lap now. It doesn't look like he's using any of it, so I don't know if he's on a lap here.
Well, it doesn't say outlap next to his name, so I'll have a guess and say he is, but yeah, you're never really too sure with this game.
No. We will stick with him, though, because it looks like everyone else is in the pit lane or on their outlap. So himself and Dale Beveridge look to be the only ones potentially posting a lap at this stage. And he's gone too wide there on entry. Andre McLeod, you saw him use too much of that curb, and the game says, no, that's invalid. So this won't be a lap, even if it wanted to be. Unfortunate there for Andre. He'll probably tuck back into the pits. And Dale Beveridge as well has invalidated this lap. So although he's only on 3% battery, I reckon he's on an in lap. Who's that coming into the final sector there? I think that is Andre McLeod, who's going to dive into the pit lane there and cop that bollard as he goes on through there. That might be what Lynn Spin did, as he got 5 seconds for cutting the track on his way into the pit lane. Maybe just trying to open up the pit lane too much and taking out a bollard with him. Andre not getting a 5-second penalty there, but we saw Lynn Spin grab one.
Yeah, it is a deceptive pit entry. There's lots of different lines into it. Of course, the pit entry line on the inside is dotted for quite a long way, so you can cut in quite early or you can try cut it in quite late. Of course, if you are carrying more speed, that outside wall, I'd say I've seen that claim a few victims over the years.
Who's your pick for pole? Come on, to 2.5 minutes to go. Who's going to nab it?
Oof. It's got to be Jinbin, doesn't it? Absolutely destroyed qualifying last week in Azerbaijan. And again, 4/10 clear here with 2.5 minutes to go. You have got to pay respects to that man. He was the first to come out last week after the race and say he doesn't quite have the racecraft. Got himself into a fair amount of sticky business last week and caused some damage and picked up some pens, but he's clearly got the pace. Nick Randell is one of our fastest Tier 2 drivers and just improved up to what would have been pole if not for Jin Bin. So the fact that he's still 3/10 clear says to me Jin Bin would be the man to beat.
I
Yeah.
reckon Ben Curtis. I reckon our championship leader's got something in the bag here on his last attempt. Whether he can find 0.6 of a second or not, I'm not sure, but I believe he's our championship leader. How many races has he won so far this season? Anyone know off the top of their head?
Yeah, I can't call that off the top of my head either. Again, unfortunately, we don't have those stats in front of us tonight, so I'm not able to reel that off for you. But it would be upwards of 4 or 5 for sure. But again, because it's so close up the top, as I said, there is 5, 6 drivers who are still in contention and not that far apart. Maybe it isn't 4 or 5 wins. Maybe they all only have 2, 3 each kind of thing. Yeah, not entirely sure. But Corbin Hanna is another one who is challenging him up there. He's just come across and improved to a 34-1, so he pinches P4 from Ben Curtis. And it looks like Diabols is about to start his final lap. So we'll just keep an eye on him. What about yourself, Bender? You got any outliers here you reckon might be worth a crack at pole?
I reckon Momo might sneak up there with something at the end. Don't know if it's been mentioned so far throughout, but the sun during qualifying on that back straight is an absolute nightmare. You are staring straight into it.
Yeah, we definitely made a point of it in Tier 3, and chat was all over it too. They said they couldn't believe how bad it was, but we saw qualifying for the in-real-life race is just as bad. It's not like it's not realistic. That's exactly what they have to face. It is obviously close to the equator, Austin, Texas. So it's about as close to the sun as you can get anywhere on Earth. But we'll just jump on board with Ben Curtis here, and there you go. You can't even see the road ahead. That is how glary it is. And Ben Curtis in VR, by the way. I'm not sure whether that would make it better or worse, but my guess would be worse. You can see a whole lot more in VR. He might be just turning his head to the side on his way down the straight there just to keep the sun out of his eyes. But you're right, Bender. It is a shocker. And even through this final sector here, you're still sort of pointing towards it. And on the back straight, you're driving in a straight line. It's probably not too bad. But here through this last sector, you've got to try and find the apex. So doing that through a mouthful of sun. Whoa!
Oh.
Big snap there from Ben Curtis as he comes through that double right-hander. Not the first time we've seen drivers do that tonight. It is flat through there if you get the line right, but we have seen, as I said, a couple of drivers get it all wrong through there. So Ben Curtis, another victim. Jin Bin coming around the final corner here. Deciding he was not particularly pleased with his final lap and pulling up before the line. I don't think he was going to improve anyway, but he made sure of it. Kenneth Ang comes across at the death and improves to a 33.641. That is 19 thousandths quicker than Jin Bin.
What a lap that is.
Momo not happy with his final lap. He's in the pit lane. The only driver still out there is Michael Gray, and he too has just come into the pit lane. So that means Kenneth Ang will be starting race 1 from pole. Nice work to Kenneth. Not the first time tonight he's pulled one out of the bag late in a session. And again here tonight, Austin, Texas, Kenneth Ang doing it all right in qualifying. He starts from pole. Nice work to him. Jin Bin unable to improve on his final lap. We'll start from P2 and then 3 tenths back to Nick Randall and Momo. They'll be on the second row. 4 tenths back for Aaron Heather and Corbin Hanna. There, your third row. And then Andre McLeod, Ben Curtis, Frank Frankfurt, and Ethan Small are the top 10. Less than a second the gap all the way down to P11. Claire Tay filling that position. And then Dale Beveridge, Michael Gray, and Robert Wenzel will start from the back. Bodie Mix looks to have snuck in there. Hello, Bodie. My PC wouldn't start till there was 2 minutes left in quali. That was close. Indeed it was, mate. So it looks like he has snuck onto the grid. He will be back here with Suma at the back of the grid. But as we said earlier, only 15 drivers here in Tier 2. So they've only got to make up 5 spots to pinch P10, which of course is pole position for race 2. So no one out of it here in race 1 of Tier 2.
It's great to see that Bodie was able to join. I mean, the last thing anyone wants to suffer from is tech issues.
So what are your thoughts on the VRS Pro Series, Bender? Obviously not qualifying for that one yourself. Myself and Jacob also not participating in the race there. But are you looking forward to the content on a Saturday night? What do you get up to on a Saturday night generally? Are you looking forward to a bit of ACC action, or are you going to commentate with us? I'm sure myself and Neil will be there. We're not sure what sort of A team we're going to come up with, but if there was ever an A+ team, you would be a part of it. What are you up to on a Saturday night?
Well, it'd be one of the OG trios, you, me, and Mullock. Not sure. Maybe last minute sub in if needed. At the moment, of course, it's soccer season or football season, so catching up with people, watch Premier League, although it's starting to get later and later now, so not necessarily that viable, but yeah, it's usually on the cards on a Saturday.
How about those bloody toffees last night? Let's go.
Great win. Much needed.
Much needed is the words I would have used, but it was a good performance. How about a Wobie? How fucking good is he now?
The transformation he's undergone since Frank Lampard's taken over is ridiculous. You'd think, a couple of years ago, another player, 40 million, 30 million, whatever it was, wasted on him. Not good enough. Why are we buying, what was it, Arsenal or Chelsea that he came from? Why are we buying their rejects again? If not good enough for them, then they're not really good enough for us, should be the motto. But no, he's completely transformed his game, which is great to see.
Even in those first 2 years, we were wondering what we were going to do with him, and he was starting on the bench, and we thought, as you said, what a waste of money that was. But no, you're not wrong. He has absolutely transformed himself in the last season and a half. And another 2 assists last night. Looks really good. He looks confident too, which is pivotal in our team because we've had a lack of confidence in the last year or two, but we looked so strong last night. But we've had a couple of weak weeks leading into it, but against strong teams too, so it's hard to tell exactly where we sit this early in the season. But very nice win last night, and topped off by a loss to Liverpool as well, so it was a good night.
Oh, here you go. Look at all these front runners in the chat. Sorry, don't notice what's going on that part out in the league. We're busy at the top. Yeah, just you wait. There's a guy, I don't know if you've heard of him. His name's Erling Haaland.
Oh.
He's not bad at this football business.
Oh. He is a disgusting talent. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, he just oozes confidence.
What's check the goal scoring tally, but Harry Kane on 9 goals is running second to Erling Haaland, who has scored 17 currently.
Yeah, look, honestly, I hope he gets something ridiculous. I hope he gets 50 or 60 goals this season, because it would just be incredible viewing.
Yeah. Yeah, as a neutral supporter for Manchester City, it is good to watch him. He is a boy, right? He's what, 21 years old? He makes men look like boys. He just bullies people.
You know, this is going to be incredible viewing. The start of this race, JC. Take us away.
I'm looking forward to it. We had a good start for race 1 in Tier 3, but I reckon Tier 2 is just going to get a little bit nasty up here into this uphill braking zone in Tier 1, so let's just have a look and see how it goes. Nice start off the line from Kenneth Ang, but it is matched by Jinbin, who was pretty good off the line. A nice start, too, from Corbin Hanna, who's going to fly up the inside of the Ferrari there, it looks like. But he doesn't. He backs out of it. That's good. There was no room. And there is a death. That is the Red Bull of Jinbin, who is facing sideways around turn 1. And unfortunately for him, it looks like he's got a bit of love from everyone else, too. Robert Wenzel starting from the back. Looks like he's lost all of his front nose. So that's not ideal. He's going to have to go through these S's. And Jinbin will put him under pressure and hopefully get past him cleanly. Jinbin, he does. Nice little one around the outside there of the wounded and stricken Suma. So not ideal for Suma, but as we said, only 15. He's got to make up 5 spots to finish P10. It's not out. He'll get in there and finish off his mandatory. Back up the front, Nick Randall. Momo has done nicely off the start, jumped up from P4 to P2 to be challenging Kenneth Ang down this back straight. And Ethan Small as well has had a nice start, as well as Bodie Mick from the back of the field. Hello. Up into P8 off the start. Very nice start for Bodie Mick.
Yeah, lots of green arrows on the right-hand side there of the graphic. 3 guys that have lost out. Oh, mate, 2 guys really, Jin Ben and Ben Curtis. Aaron Heather also down 1 in the P6 there. But no one with real damage other than Rob Wenzel by the looks of things. So, yeah, hopefully it's a clean race. But I still wouldn't discount the chance of a safety car just disrupting a few strategies as we get, a couple more laps in.
There was an interesting safety car in Tier 3 where we thought it just came out for little to no reason. Someone was parked across the track, but they were moving and rejoining, and they had no broken front wing. There was no wing, no damage, no nothing. But yeah, I think it was Rodicia Caswaro, Jacob pointed out, was just facing sideways, and it called out a safety car. It was a weird old safety car.
Yeah, the game has these moments where if you slow down too much on track, it will trigger a safety car. So you can basically, if you're dead last by a mile, you can pull up, and if you drive slow enough for long enough, the game will trigger a safety car. Oh, he makes a huge moment there. I don't know whether he managed to catch that or not. The answer is no. He's down there in P12, but it looks like he's kept it out of the wall.
Those tyres will be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, there should be a pit stop this lap for Bodie Mick. Unfortunately, had a great start to the race.
Just want to see how he gets the power down here with these old... No, he's done nicely. And he's done all right. So he hangs on to P12 for now, but as you said, those tyres are had enough now. So he'll come in for his mandatory, but that's unfortunate for Bodie, who had such a good start. He was looking really strong. So the S, the first sector S is claiming another victim there. So back up the front here. The battle for the lead is not really a battle at this stage. Kenneth Ang looks to have pulled about a second clear. So if he can hang on to that as the DRS opens here on this lap, he's obviously got to manage his time through Sector 1 to keep that gap out over a second, but he's got the purple lap. Well, he had the purple lap until Corbin Hanna came through from P4 and said, I'll have that, thank you very much. So Corbin's got a fair bit of pace here in the Circuit of the Americas, looking very strong. Up 2 spots.
Had a moment just before pit entry. Looks like Bodie Mick has lost the rear of that car again.
Oh, no.
So
surely in the pit lane, Bodie. Surely heading over to the pit lane, Bodie. What are we doing?
That's the wrong corner.
Who's that? Dale Beveridge has just absolutely destroyed the bollard on his way in the pit lane, so he's getting off the hard tyres, having already completed a stop too. So is he missing wing here, or no? That's all there. What is Dale Beveridge up to? Doesn't want these hard tyres. Oh, he's changing his wing. Look, it all looked like it was in proper position. Like there was no front end plate missing.
Oh, that was weird.
Oh well.
Maybe it was one of those.
Minor damage that he wasn't happy with.
Yeah.
So either way, Bodie
Bodie again.
Not Bodie again. These tyres will be absolute dog crap right now.
Oh, Bodie. What are we doing? Oh, Bodie. Oh, those tyres are done. Oh, those tyres are done.
Get off those.
Oh, no. Bodie, what are we doing?
Oh, no.
This feels bad. This feels... I don't want to stay here because this is content, though. He's going to struggle. Oh, watch out, Dale Beveridge. He does. He dives off the track. Nice work, Bodie. You did well there. Oh, poor old Bodie Mick. Oh.
This car's going to be an absolute handful. Looks like Dale Beveridge got an illegal overtake there.
What?
So I reckon Dale ran off track to avoid him and the game was going to pin him, but Bodie Mick is struggling.
But it was Bodie Mick who went off track. You saw Bodie dive off track so they didn't get in the way of Dale. It was him who went off track.
Yeah, but overtaking under yellows or something. The game does weird things, man.
What? What are we watching? Anyway, poor old Bodie's surely going to pit this lap.
You know, those tyres will be good for one thing. They'll be hot enough that Ted Kravitz can finally cook an egg on them.
Yes. That's nice. That's sharp from you. Speaking of sharp, surely he's just taking the mickey at this point. Bang, Firelord with the second punt of the evening. He started off slow. Only gave us one while he was in the booth for Tier 3. But I'm sure he's going to come in strong here for Tier 2 and Tier 1. And he'll start rolling them out. Speaking of rolling, Nick Randall got a nice roll down the straight there under DRS. Momo without DRS because he's outside that second gap for Kenneth. But Nick unable to find enough pace to send it down the inside of Momo on this particular lap, so he will have to wait for the next one. Further back in the
Okay.
field, Claire Tate looking like she's putting a little pressure on Franco here.
JC, you've done it again, mate.
Standard. I do it again most often, but what have I done?
Claire Tate.
She.
Not a girl.
Not a she. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I do that often. I've known Alex Bowen for nearly 2 years now, and I still call her a boy sometimes. I just cannot fucking get it stuck for some reason. That's more my fault than anyone else's, of course.
Franco manages to hold on to P7. DRS didn't really help too much there. Where is the other McLaren tonight? Where is the great man? He's in chat. Why isn't he racing?
He just has too much going on. He did make a point to let everyone know in Tier 2 that he wasn't able to make it tonight. Obviously, with the VRS Pro Series qualification ending tonight, we've got the Silverstone qualifying ending tonight as well. He's just too busy with ACC-related stuff, and of course, dealing with the floods down there in Tasmania as well. He's got it all happening on that small island just off the coast of Australia, so unfortunately unable to race tonight. Claire Tate doing his and or her best work down the inside here of the other McLaren. Frank Frankfurt just having to give way a little bit there as Claire came diving down the inside. Probably entitled by got alongside before the braking light, but it was a sin. Nice work, nice move. Craig Frankfurt back to 8th, Claire Tate to 7th, and then Jin Bin from out of nowhere. Not sure about that one. Frank Frankfurt would not have been aware of that Red Bull closing in and sending it down the inside there, Jin Bin. Hopefully, Franco has not picked up any damage from that.
No, that's one of those tricky ones as well, because it doesn't matter what angle you take, Franco being so wide there and Jin Bin on the inside, I don't think the game would have given him the proximity arrows.
Yeah, as JC said during Tier 3, the racing line through there takes you quite wide for the entry to that corner, so you do get some sends like that up the inside, but Jinbin come from absolutely nowhere then. So I can't imagine Franco's too happy about that.
No, he'll be mildly displeased for sure. All well and good that we have a couple of sends. We've watched a couple of sends tonight that have done well, but that one there caused a fair bit of contact, so will probably be looked at. I do know that Franco streams and he'll have a good perspective of what happened there. So another one for the stewards to have a little geezer at.
Nick Randell's come out of pit lane and instantly spun on those mediums at turn 1.
Oh no.
So that is not a good start to the life of those tyres. He's struggling with the rear of the car at the moment. We're trying to get those temps back under control.
On the medium tyre, which does tend to recover its optimum window better than the softs and the hards. The softs, once you spin them, absolutely cooked until you get them off. The hards, once you spin them, take longer to get back into the window, but they get there. The mediums seem to recover okay. It only takes a couple of corners before they really reset into that ideal window, so Nick won't have a lot of trouble here as he comes into this tricky last sector. We'll have a little look at this corner here, this left-hander. This is where we saw Jin Bin dive. So you can see Franco having to take a really wide racing line there, and Jin Bin would have just said, all right, I'll have a little look up the inside here because you've left the door open. It is a tricky left-hander there. This double apex right-hander, again, also pretty tricky as well. Most cars should be flat through there, but if you get it wrong, once that rear end goes, we've seen a couple of drivers tonight spin around there. Kenneth Ang now into the pits, as is Momo. And they return to track in 7-8, and then Corbin Hanna 8 seconds back in P9. So good set of pit stops for Kenneth Ang and Momo.
I think if you are going to try and overtake in the double left-hander in Sector 3, it's a two-man operation. You know, you got to be aware that there's a car there, that you're trying to overtake them. You can't be from miles back and just hoping that they notice you at the last second and turn out of it.
Al Beveridge grabs himself a 3-second time penalty.
This will be interesting here. Momo and Kenneth Ang both with DRS to Michael Gray. Kenneth Ang shows his nose down the inside there, but decides against the dive. But in doing so, compromises his line a little bit, which invites this man right up into his mirrors. Kenneth and Momo have been joined at the hip for the first 7 laps. They've got the same sort of pace. Momo taking a shallower line there through that left-hander that we've discussed a couple of times already. And then got off the gas there a little bit, so not flat through there, Momo. Not comfortable yet on these tyres. But both these drivers putting Michael Gray under a lot of pressure. Michael yet to pit off of those mediums.
Oh, the back up from Michael Gray in that last corner. The Ferrari teamwork just essentially boxing Kenneth in a bit. Momo's got a great run. Can he send it up the inside? He's going to send it.
Michael Gray's going to get out of the way for him as well, I thought, for a minute there, but Ferrari teammates, he's not going to want to hold them up.
What are we watching here?
Going to end in disaster here, but they seem to have negotiated it well. Oh,
Wow.
I was a little nervous for a moment
There
there.
was all sorts of nervous, Jacob.
I'm also nervous for Claire Tay. He hasn't pitted yet. 7-lap-old soft tyres. They are not going to be feeling great. But sitting there in P3.
P4
Tyre
now.
whisperer.
As Jinbin makes his way through. Oh, where do we go? There we go. Yeah, as Claire Tate under DRS there, Jinbin got that one done. But you're right, these 7-lap-old softs will be pretty painful now.
Yeah, I think that's what hoping, praying, wishing for a safety car 2 laps ago looks like.
Yeah, when everyone around you is on the medium tyre, you're going to have to give up that position. You're going to have to pit earlier than them.
Hey,
without a
Firelord.
safety car.
Firelord, what are your thoughts if we get no safety car here? Do I get one of mine back, considering I said there'd be 2 per tier? Do I get to use them cumulatively, or the fact that we had 3 in tier 3 already counts me out? Because if there's 0 here, and we get to 4 by the end of tier 2, does that count me back in? Your thoughts, please. Jinbin in the pits. Onto the soft tyres for this last stint. Jinbin will be really quick over these last 4 laps, so keep an eye on him as he challenges Corbin Hanna and Michael Gray. Well, I say Michael Gray, Michael yet to pit yet. Who has yet to pit yet? There is a few of them out there. Michael Gray, Ethan Small, Andre McLeod, and Aaron Heather. Your drivers yet to pit. They're all on the medium tyres, so they'll have the softs to play with for the last couple of laps as well. Pole sitter.
Smooth. Very smooth for the first 10 laps here of tier 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been good to watch so far. There's been a couple of side-by-sides and a couple of 3-wides. So, Tier 2, turning it on.
Momo seems to have the pace over Kenneth in the second stint, though. Since they've jumped onto these mediums, Momo definitely looks like he's got a little more pace. Kenneth is staying inside that DRS, though. That's all he needs to do is just hang on to the back of Momo.
Speaking of inside DRS, Frank Frankfurt is inside DRS, and he's looking to pinch P10 from Claire Tay. So this will be a battle to watch for the last couple of laps as well. Out the front, as you said, Momo looking good for P1 here. Certainly wouldn't count Kenneth Ang out yet. And Corbin Hanna was 7 seconds behind when he came out of the pits. Looks like he's only 4.5 seconds behind that battle now. So Kenneth might have Corbin Hanna and Jinbin as well too, mind you, for company in the last couple of laps here. So just keep an eye on them as well as those final pit stops come through for Aaron Heather and Andre McLeod. A few others still to go.
Sorry, is Andre gone onto the hard tyres?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, surely that's a pit stop stuff up by Andre there.
Come on, Jeff.
I think Jeff's done him a dirty.
That's not a visual bug, is it? Surely not.
No, he would be on the hards. He definitely would have wanted the softs, but whether he's made that mistake or whether the game's made that mistake for him, Michael Gray picks up 3 seconds.
Yep, he's definitely out there on the hards. So he's going to struggle to find pace. And in fact, it's dropped him into P10 too, right in this battle for P10. Franco on nice, warm mediums and with DRS here will be lining up Andre McLeod. And we watched Franco have a bit of bad luck earlier on, but it looks like it's worked out for him here as he just walks past Andre McLeod on those hard tyres and up into P10 with 4 laps to go for the frankest of all Frankfords. So we'll keep an eye on him. There is a yellow flag somewhere. It looks like Michael Gray back there is just recovering himself from his whoopsie-poopsie. I don't think he's pitted yet either, Michael Gray, so this is surely him on his way into the pits to get rid of those now cooked mediums. That moves Franco up to P9 and Andre now into P10. In the pits for Michael Gray. Jinbin out here doing purple laps now, has passed Corbin Hanna as well. Up into turn 1, so Corbin to P5, Jinbin up to P4.
Yeah, Jinbin's going to be on the march, but I don't know how long the softs last, but they're probably not going to feel good for the last, I don't know, 1 to 2 laps maybe. Aaron Heather in P3 on that fresh set of softs though. 3.7 seconds behind Kenneth. As these two keep their battle for P1 going.
And for me earlier, they felt good for the first 3 laps, and then there was noticeable drop off.
After 3 laps?
Yep,
That
3
bad.
laps.
That's unreal. I guess it's accelerated because it's a 25% race and not a 50% race, but still, that's
Yeah.
absolutely no value out of your soft tyres there. Ethan Small using the DRS and the soft tyre advantage to go past Franco there. Franco still hanging around here in P9. He'll be very pleased with that for a tilt at the second race. But of course, big points on offer for winning this one, so it'll be Momo and Kenneth to the death. I don't see them being caught by Berg, even on those soft tyres. With 3 laps to go, he is closing in by a few tenths. In fact, he's cut a second off inside that last sector, Aaron Heather. So maybe he does have the pace. He's come out of the clouds to... Oh no, now the Delta's reset to out past 3 seconds. I'm not sure what it's doing. Now I'm confused.
Yeah, I saw that as well. It looked a bit strange, didn't it? So, yeah, even with 2 laps to go, I think 3.3 seconds, it's pretty unlikely barring coming together.
What can Ethan Small manage here on these beautiful soft tyres? Has a penalty hanging over his head. Just the 3 seconds. But that might be enough to drop him outside the top 10 if he's unable to get past Claire Tay here, especially if Claire holds Ethan up at all. Ethan's got to build a 3-second gap back to P10, which he currently holds at the moment, but Andre and Franco both very fast drivers, so certainly not done and dusted yet. Up the front, looks like Kenneth Ang's having a battle with Jinbin.
Kenneth's had a bit of a moment somewhere because Aaron Heather's jumped him into P2. Jinbin's now jumped him into P3.
Oh, he's rejoined. You see down there, he's just rejoined. I don't know whether you guys can see that, but I can. I don't know whether he's AI at the moment or he was, but he has just rejoined the race. So that's unfortunate for Kenneth Ang. Just a small disconnection issue there has cost him a sizable chunk of points and positions.
Yeah, I don't think he's got control again yet, looking at just how slow he's been going. I think he's got control now, he just flicked on the ERS.
So that's disappointing for Kenneth. He was fighting for the race win. Now
no.
That's bad to worst to shit for Kenneth Ang. Mind your rejoins, big fella. He's alright. He's done nicely. There was a yellow flag further back to, I think, Suma was the yellow flag, who's started from P15 and unable to make up any spots due to that very early loss of his nose. So he'll be looking forward to race 2. Corbin Hanna's had a pretty strong race, had a good strong qualifying and made some nice moves in the first half of the race, and it's just quietly going about his business here in the second half. Just following Nick Randell around at the moment. In fact, he's a Mercedes sandwich in Haas Loaf. He's got Ethan Small right behind him. In fact, Ethan Small now moving up alongside with the assistance of the DRS. So this will be an interesting battle. That's a crap camera. Give me something better.
Kenneth Ang's had another moment just at the beginning of Sector 2 there.
Oh, both drivers deep under brakes, and that has not worked out any good at all for Corbin Hanna. Claire Tay takes advantage.
Claire Tay out of nowhere.
So
No,
back-
yeah. Sorry, no. Oh, who's
Ethan
that
Small.
around there? That's Ethan Small. Gone. He's managed to keep it off the wall.
already had a penalty to his name, so was not looking good for a reasonable result, and that's even worse now. He's probably going to drop. He's got Ben Curtis right behind him in P10 at the moment. Andre McLeod, the two Alpines swarming here behind Ethan Small, who's on cooked tyres and with a 3-second penalty as they round the final corner and head on to their final laps. So this battle for P10, very interesting here. But with Robert Wenzel in P11, more than 13 seconds back, he's probably got P10 locked in, Ethan Small, regardless.
I reckon we just saw another illegal overtake there. Andre was ahead of Ethan there, but I reckon the game probably said, nope, you've overtaken Ethan under yellow flags, even though he's off the track, recovering to the track. That's an illegal overtake.
None of that. We don't like overtakes. How dare you?
Yeah.
Oh, Kenneth Ang might have had the cold tyre bug. Good call from you, Amuana. We had a lot of that last week where if you reconnect, your tyres are negative 60, and that might be what you spotted, Jacob Weatherburn, where Kenneth Ang had another moment. But it is the last lap here. Sorry, Jacob, you go.
I said, I absolutely hate that the game does that to you. You disconnect, you rejoin, and then it sticks you on ice cold tyres just to rub it in.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I've seen worse. I remember many, many moons ago now. It was a wet race at Canada. Someone disconnected. We're all in the full wets, and it pit the person who disconnected. Not for intermediates, like you think, oh, okay. Pit them for ultra softs.
As we come around the final corner, Momo is going to take the win in race 1. Closely followed by Aaron Heather.
He was close there, Berg.
Jinbin's going to grab P3. Nick Randell looks like he's going to hang on for P4. Claire Tay P5. Corbin Hanna's going to come home in P6. Frank Frankfurt in P7. Ethan Small P8. And then the Alpine boys of Andre McLeod and Ben Curtis P9 and P10. So it's going to be an Alpine front row for your second race.
Yeah, nice. That's a good little result there for Ben Curtis too, by the way, who won't get a massive haul of points for finishing in P10, but if he can pull it together for race 2, after starting from pole, he'll be very happy with his night.
Sorry, Ethan will start from pole. He's got the 3-second time penalty.
Has that not sorted itself out yet, though? I thought that applied as they crossed the line.
I thought so too, but I thought they were both well within the 3 seconds of him, and the standings haven't updated. Unless they slowed down.
I don't even know
Maybe the
anymore.
Alpine boys may have slowed down so they didn't jump him. I'm not sure. We'll find out once everyone crosses the line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with the point systems and differences, but maybe they've thought, well, hang on, maybe we want to start 1-2 here rather than 2-3 because the points differential is better. I'm not sure.
That definitely looks like how it's going to be. Ben Curtis looks like he's going to be your pole sitter for the second race as Claire Tay grabs driver of the day.
Yeah, well deserved from Claire Tay too. Had a fair bit of pace in that race and made a few moves. Hello, Momo. Good to see you on the top step again, mate. Jai Eng in the Ferrari suit. And again, as I said in Tier 3, very, very rare to see two constructors on the podium at the same time. And again here tonight, Ferrari, Aston Martin and Red Bull share the podium. So that Red Bull 1-2 that we saw in Tier 3 is not a common occurrence. So nice work to Red Bull for that performance in Tier 3. But very, very sharp from Momo tonight. Bender called it early, said he looked on. And gets that prediction. Bang. 10 out of 10. Momo is your winner for race 1 of Tier 2. Followed by Berg in P2 from P5. Aaron Heather grabs that one. Jin Bin on the podium after starting from P2. Looking like he had the pace again tonight, but a few little errors in racecraft. He's got to work on it. He knows that, though. He's all over it. He'll get better. Stick with him. Got to get him to add his Steam account to ours, though, so we can get his name on here. Nick Randell, P4. Claire Tay from P11. Deserved driver of the day. Up into P5. Corbin Hanna, Frank Frankfurt, Ethan Small, Andre McLeod and Ben Curtis are indeed the top 10. Ethan Small up in a P8 with the fastest lap as well. Not a bad little haul of points, considering. And then back in the field, a few DNFs for Deckers to work out as he does his little stats and tables. That is indeed race 1 done, dusted, and in the books.
I have to say, Berg managed to get a lot closer to Momo at the end there than I was anticipating on those soft tyres. Maybe he was able to keep them in a little bit better than I was. Maybe he's got a bit of a different setup, or maybe just more talent. Maybe that's what I'm missing here.
Guess what I'm really good at? Technology. So let's have a go. This is going to look absolutely janky, but I'm going to try it out anyway. Because I've got the standings for the VRS Pro Series. I've got all 40 participants ready to go for you.
Name them. Every single one of them.
I'm not going to name them. Absolutely not going to go ahead and name them for you. That would be... well, I was going to say it'd be... No, I'm actually not going to, because that's not PG at all. No, I'm just going to bring them up for you, and you can have a look yourself, and we'll talk our way through it. There are some very quick drivers here. Goodness me. If you have nothing to do on a Saturday night in November, I know where you will be. You'll be listening to me, Mull and Bender, call you through what is going to be some really hot, heavy, and fast racing. Let's have a go. What happens if I just drag it in? Oh my god. Hang on, wait. And then we'll go like this. Yes. Ah. Streaming Pro. High quality streaming content. So there you go. There's your top 40. And as I said, some massive, massive names on that sheet. In fact, we haven't got everyone there. Let's just make that one a little bit smaller. Where'd it go? That one? Oh, look at that. I am talented. That's it. Oh no, we're missing Chris Vining at the bottom. One more. Hang on. There he is. Yes. Is that everyone on the left? Samwise Holmes is the bottom one. Perfect. There you go. So Michael Babb, Lucas Burse, Alec Bowen, Philippa Paquita. Look at those names. This is not in any order, by the way. I don't think...
I was about to say, JC, it's not in order.
I don't think...
Alphabetical order.
We should absolutely... No, you know what? Pay it. Let's pay it. Michael Babb on pole for the VRS Pro Series.
Congratulations to everyone that made the top 40.
Gibbo's in there. Good representation from across the world too. There's a couple of different little flags in there. Lithuania being represented by Grantis Karekis. It's not one I would have thought I'd seen in there. Michael Velasquez from the Philippines, of course. Plenty of Singapore and Indonesia as well from our Southeast Asian brothers. Kenneth Portis from the United States. Chris Vining all the way from the UK. Fahad Ghaffar, of course, representing Bangladesh as he so often does. Tim Brooke also from the UK. So very nice work to all participants for making it into the top 40. It was, as we discussed, Jacob and I called it out for you in Tier 3. It is less than a second the gap throughout most of that field. And at a tight and complex track like Alton Park, the qualification, that's very impressive from everyone who made it through. But as I said, those who have followed our ACC series for long enough will know that there are some really, really strong names in there. So, as I said, if
look forward to round 1 at Monza.
So is that confirmed? Are we heading to Spa for an elimination round, or are we just heading straight to Spa? Monza.
The great man will be able to confirm that if he's still in chat, but I do believe we are skipping the Spa elimination round. It's just the top 40 are through to round 1 in Monza.
A couple of returning names here too. Zachary Smith, Corey Sweet, Lucas Burse, Philip Paquet. A couple of the Frogs making their way back in, which is good to see. After an extended hiatus, they're just starting to slowly come back into the Endurance Series and being attracted to the prizes on offer for the VRS Pro Series too. I think it's nearly $1,000 worth of prizes too coming at you from VRS, who've jumped on board as the title sponsor. So, as I said, if you're not doing anything on a Saturday night in November, I know where you will be. it will be tuning into Octane Online Racing's VRS Pro Series to check out this very strong field go about their business.
Monza's going to be a hell of a round one as well. There's nothing better than turn one at Monza.
Yes, those of us who've been around long enough can remember back to the very first ACC League race we had there at Monza. I believe it was the first one we did as well. And it was lap 2, and it was turn 1, and there was the biggest punt I have ever seen.
We've had a couple of interesting Monza turn ones. A couple where we didn't even get to turn 1. I think that's where 12 meters was born, wasn't it?
No, that was Imola.
No, it was Imola. You're right.
That was Imola. That was even better than Monza. We got to that slight little left-hand kink in the road, and all hell broke loose, and this Marshall was standing there waving his green flag.
Of course, Matt Powell in chat saying a few drivers in there that have come through the rookie series. You absolutely love to see that.
Matty Powell very, very happy with his rookies. He looks after them in there with the biggest what? Oh, what did I miss? I missed something. I ducked out for 3 minutes. Apparently there's a... Jeremy's not happy with the biggest what?
Is it the biggest punt?
Ah.
P-U-N-T.
Come on, Jeremy.
We had liftoff. We had, I think it was a Porsche, got airborne. The hit was that big.
All right, we're just about ready to get underway for Tier 2's Race 2 here. So let's recover ourselves and head on back in there as the formation lap finishes off. Of course, myself, Jamie Conboy, David Bender McNulty bringing the action, as well as Jacob Weatherburn for Tier 2's Race 2. And straight after this, of course, Tier 1. Big race last week at Baku for Tier 1. Really entertaining watch, so I would expect the same sort of stuff here in Austin, Texas. But for now, one more race in Tier 2. The reverse grid just about ready to get underway. Ben Curtis and Andre McLeod, the Alpines leading the way up in turn 1. Jacob Weatherburn, let's get there.
And away we go. Looks like a good start for the two Alpines. Everyone got relatively smoothly. As Corbin Hanna's looking to the outside of Ethan Small. Looks like there was a little bit of a touch there. 3 wide. Corbin gets pushed very wide on exit. Andre has a bit of a snap. Claire Tay's now looking, going side by side through the S's. Corbin thinks better of it and backs out. Nick Brandell's having a look at Aaron Heather here. Wants to get a move done early. Not going to happen there. Sort of merged ourselves in the single file. Momo down in P9. Everyone's moved up. Jinbin's lost 6 positions off the start of that. He will not be happy with that. All the way back down to P14. But again, a very clean start from Tier 2. We're onto the back straight. Michael Gray, Kenneth Eng. They'll be looking to make their way through the field. It's Michael has a big lunge at Kenneth. Was a little ambitious there. Kenneth obviously saw him coming. Bodie Mick's going to sneak up the inside now. Michael's going to manage to hold the inside line.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's the punt.
Oh, no.
Too deep into there, trying to defend from Bodie Mick, and he has turned Kenneth around. The McLaren and another Ferrari off to the left there. That double right-hander. Momo and Franco look like they have come together.
Action-packed start to this race. That was a good call from you, Jacob. They were very sharp, and you saw Corbin Hanna again have a rocket ship start off the line. In race 1, he tried down the inside, and we saw him give way. There just wasn't enough room. So this time he went with the outside after his really good start. Seems to have the traction down earlier than most people, Corbin Hanna. So good start from him. But yeah, an interesting race, an interesting lap 1 for race 2, which has seen a couple of drivers head to the back of the field. Jinbin, I think, disconnected which is why he might have been a little bit slow in the first lap as his AI took over there, but...
Michael Graves had a spin coming out of Sector 1. Managed to got himself going again now, but Kennethang and Momo led the race for so long in race 1, have not had a great start in race 2 here. It's Ethan Small is all over the back for Andre McLeod. He wants to have a crack at these two Alpine drivers who should be working together for the majority of this race.
I was just about to say, what do you think the game plan is here? Because Andre's just dropped back a little bit here. I'm not sure on the championship standings. I think Ben Curtis might be ahead, but you'd think Andre want to be getting DRS just to get towed around, but also help defend.
Who's P2 in the championship?
Again, I'm not entirely sure because I haven't got the points. I can tell you that Robert Wenzel's involved. Corbin Hanna's up there. Momo's definitely up there. Ben Curtis is up there. They're the four that, for me, I believe are the tightest. I think Nick Randall's not far away, P5. I want to say Kenneth Ang is thereabouts, P6-ish. So that's around about where it is. But Ben Curtis, if not in the lead, is P2. Andre McLeod, I don't think, is anywhere close to that top battle. I think he's hanging around P7, something like that. So if I know that man, he's a very good man, I think he will be trying to buy Ben some time here. And in fact has just dropped off the back of Ben Curtis, whether intentionally or not. I think he's just creating a little buffer here for his Alpine teammate.
So poor old Michael Graves in pit lane. His soft tyres had had enough. He'd unfortunately spun 4 times in that single lap. So he's going to slap the mediums on. He'll be praying for a safety car to get him back onto the back of the field. Corbin Hanna here, DRS open. Not going to be able to get close enough to Claire Tay, who also had DRS. Ethan Small, even with DRS and being that close to Andre McLeod, was unable to get the move done. So I don't know whether these Alpine boys are running lower wing. It's Kenneth and Momo, no matter where they are in the field, they're right next to each other.
Bit of Ang on Ang action.
Yeah, it's a little bit ambitious through there as we got another spinner. I think it's Dale Beveridge. Yeah, just parked up on the inside there.
Oh no. You hate to see it.
It's so easy to do as well.
You hate to see it. He's done all he could there to let everyone through. He's been very nice and patient, and then just not patient enough on the throttle. But as you said, better. It is way too easy to do that. Oh no. Oh, I thought he was going to go straight to the wall there, but he's managed to pull it into the pit.
And
Get the camera off the man. He's had enough. Oh no.
Stop! He's dead already.
He's already dead.
While we're watching Dale's life unravel before his eyes, Andre McLeod has hit it already and put the mediums on. So he lasted 3 laps on the soft. Maybe he just wasn't having a good time on those tyres.
Well, it was you who said, you personally said, the 3-lap-old softs are around about where they start to be noticeably different. So maybe he heard your call. Said, you know what? I don't want to hold up Ethan Small anymore. He's all yours to deal with now, Ben Curtis. I'm going to have a crack at getting an undercut happening here. So we'll see how that plays out for him. Wonder if Ben Curtis just dives into the pits here and tries to cover that off. He doesn't. I reckon he's staying out. So the Alpine boys on a different strategy here. Ben reckons he can get a couple more laps out of these tyres, but it will be interesting to see where Andre McLeod comes out once Ben Curtis is pitted, because we haven't had a really good indication tonight of what is necessarily strong here in terms of undercut and overcut strategy.
Well, we'll find out now because there's a whole bunch of people in the pit lane, and Andre's just coming in the last corner as Jin Bin sets a new fast lap at 36.7. Andre looks like he's lost out to Ethan there.
Sector 1 yellow.
That's Claire Tay spinning coming out of the pits.
No, it was up at turn 1. I don't think it was out of the pit lane. It was potentially in a battle with Franco here. You're right, they were coming out of the pit lane, but Claire, I reckon, just in battle with Franco, who hadn't come out of the pit lane. He's still on those 4-lap old softs, so the timing of it, I reckon they just went into turn 1 together. And I don't know whether there was a little battle that ensued, because it looked like Claire Tay's Alfa Romeo dot on the minimap was moving at all times. It didn't look like he'd stop. But I might be wrong. We'll see. Anyway, Momo up here trading places with Jin Bin. Momo gets one done on the soft tyres. Nice one.
Sorry, we're going to have to revisit this one from our friend, dear commentator Alex. Can we get on the angle of this battle? Of course, referring to the Kenneth Ang and Momo battle.
He's been a bit quiet tonight, but I reckon he's just saving himself for Tier 1. He's been a little quieter. He reckons that I missed a couple in Tier 3, which I'm happy to pay. I miss a lot. Ben Curtis in the pits. Where is Andre McLeod? He's on the straight. I reckon the undercut has got it done here.
No, Ben Curtis is going to stay in the lead.
Roofed.
Undercut works.
There you go. So the soft tyre is not really that bad after 4 or 5 laps. Still got enough pace in them to keep Ben Curtis out in front. And in the provisional lead, of course, Jin Bin, Momo, Nick Rendell, Aaron Heather, half a track up front. And yet to pit. But there you go. Ethan Small has just popped himself in between Ben Curtis and Andre McLeod too, by the way. Ben Curtis did an extra 2 laps in front of Andre McLeod. Ethan Small in the middle of that. So Andre has really done himself no favours with that pit stop, has he?
Ethan with the slightly warmer tyres. He's going to grab DRS here. He will want to have a look at Ben Curtis. Ben tries to break the slipstream. It's going to force Ethan to go to the outside. He's going to have to break deep to try and get around the outside. Looks for the switchback. That gives the inside to Ben on the next corner. He's not able to get the move done. Great defending there by Ben Curtis. Just needs to hold him off for 1 or 2 laps, or as Ethan has a little bit of a moment. Great save.
And you know that corner's tricky because he short-shifted twice on exit there. He went from 2nd to 4th just to try and find traction, and he still spun him up. So that's just how tricky that corner is, how slippery this track is.
Ben Curtis just needs to hold him off until those mediums warm up a little bit.
So it's unfortunate there for Ben. Jehe Eng just coming to the pit lane and might have been able to steal some DRS a bit later on in this lap just to help defend against Ethan, but see that scenario not materialising.
Hello, Grid Jokes. We had a couple in Tier 3. I think we had 4. We had 3 or 4. We definitely had more than 2, which cost me a bit of milk. But we've had 0 here in Tier 2. Really clean stuff from Tier 2 tonight. There's been a couple of argy-bargies and a bit of spinning happening, but no safety cars for Tier 2.
Tier 3 just brings the content every week.
Every single week. That's why we love them. Ethan Small here with about a third of his battery chasing down Ben Curtis, who's got none left. You can see that red light blinking on the back of his car, so he's flat out. But just with enough left to defend down into that tight corner at the end of the back straight. So he hangs on for another lap. Andre McLeod still hanging around here too. So manages to catch that corner, catching a couple out. Getting a little sideways, but he managed to catch it. But he has now just dropped again out the back a little bit. In fact, more than a second behind. So I don't think he'll have DRS as they get to... No, he won't. So that'll drop him a little further back because Ethan's got it. Sector 2 yellow flag. I think that's Michael Gray continuing to have issues here tonight. Not having the time of his life. Those tyres gone.
Oh, that's a beautiful 360 there.
It was beautiful. Looked good.
That's a 10 out of 10 in my books.
Not good for his tyres, but...
He's got the leaders coming up behind him now as well, so he rightfully just slows down and gets out of the way.
did not get to 100% throttle for so long there, having to be so careful on these cooked up mediums for old Michael Gray. And Kenneth Ang, after posting the fastest time in qualifying down here in P14, so another driver who's not having the best time of it tonight, by no fault of his own too, by the way. I think he had a coming together. So finds himself floating around out here by himself at the back of the field. Unfortunate for him.
Ethan Small still all over the back. Corbin Hanna here's having a look at Claire Tate. Big contact. They've done well to avoid contact there. Corbin's going to get the move done. Claire's going to go up the inside. Did well to get it pulled up. Corbin's going to go around the outside though. They're still side by side.
Nice. Good battle this.
There's not giving up on it though. Over the outside.
Yo.
Get the inside again and keeps the position, but Corbin's not done either. He runs wide.
Still going.
Been side by side for half a lap here. Who's going to get the DRS? Claire looks like going to get the DRS here. Should be able to run away with it to turn one.
The only thing that ruined that entire battle was the DRS. What an excellent piece of driving from both of them there, really. All the way.
For the whole of Sector 3 then.
Yep.
That was awesome.
And there was like Claire Tay's move around the double outside right-hander, like around the outside, but then Corbin around the outside of the next left as well. Like the moves were being done around the outside, which is rare enough, but to have multiple moves around the outside in the same battle, that was great stuff there between Claire Tay and Corbin Hanna. Good respect shown from both of them, giving each other enough space. That's how you get it done. And they're still cracking at it, by the way. It's not over yet. Let's stick with it.
We're going to go for take two here. Who's going to get... Corbin's going to get the DRS this time. He's already got the position. They must be running low wings. Right beside Corbin here.
Corbin has no errs. I think that's helping Claire here.
Oh, deep.
Very deep.
Oh, contact.
Up there.
Oh, and takes a whole bunch of sausage. Those outside sausages too cost you so much speed, so that's...
I think that one will be looked at later on. That was a bit of a bump pass there as Nick Randell gets 5 seconds for speeding in pit lane.
Tricky pit entry. It's not the first time we've seen someone speed in the pit lane tonight. We've had a couple here in Tier 2 already, and then there was a few in Tier 3. So Tier 1, boys, keep your eye on that. Make sure you enter the pit lane at the right speed and don't cross any line. Mate, just do it properly. How hard is it? Anyway, I'm not the one racing.
Right. Major news here. Ethan Small has just picked up a 3-second time penalty for track limits.
So that helps out the Alpines up there in P1 and P3 at the moment, looking to take maximum points away from race 2 here. Currently 1.8 seconds the gap between Ethan Small and Andre McLeod. So Andre's got a bit of work to do over the next 4 laps to keep that within the 3-second window. But both having completed their stops and basically on the same length tyre, they'll have the same equipment to battle with over the last couple of laps.
Look at this. Aaron Heather, he's on 1 lap hold softs. We saw how quick he was the end of race 1. He might play an outside shout for a podium here. That penalty to Ethan.
Yeah, great call. He's driven pretty well this season, Aaron Heather, having rejoined the series. Known for his DNFs in previous series, he's kept it going on the straight and narrow a lot this season. He's looked pretty good. Just quietly going about his business. Hasn't necessarily stormed down the qualifying tables and hasn't dominated any race whatsoever, but he's been up there in the points quite a lot. So, having a good season. Here's Berg. But back here, this is a 4-way battle now as Suma's joined in. Currently in P9, and speaking of soft tyres, Jinbin on the soft tyre, he will be threatening the back of this pack as well in the last few laps, so we'll keep an eye on him. But this is Suma down the inside, that's not it.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way.
Already serving a qualifying ban tonight is Suma, so just needs to extract himself from the naughty corner for a couple of weeks in a row. If he wants to continue to stay in the battle for the championship, which he is in, he's in the thick of it. He is P1 or P2. He's up there. Don't worry about that. But he's not going to be up there much longer if he continues to rack up penalties and stick it down the inside of Bodie Mick like that. That's not it. So he'll have a his Aston Martin team in his ear during the week. Just get him to calm down a little bit. He's going to lose P8 here to Jinbin any moment now. I would suggest Jinbin's going to have a look here. Just going to get the traction down on these nice fresh softs and use the DRS, and he's just going to walk past Suma here, I think. DRS open, slipstream, bang.
Easily. Halfway down the straight. It's very wide around Suma there. He went right to the left-hand side of the track to go around him. Got a few penalties coming through thick and fast at the moment.
Dale Beveridge up to 8 seconds now. So originally got 5 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. Now with 3 seconds for corner cutting. And 8 seconds total will not cost him too much. Oh no, Nick Randall, final corner. Already with 5 seconds worth of penalties too. He had 7.5 seconds back to Claire Tay, but that is Claire Tay on your picture now, who has Corbin Hanna for company. So those 5 seconds will be really hurting Nick Randall now, as will the cooked soft tyres that he'll have on the rear of that car. So hopefully this turn 1 is navigated okay. They'll still be pretty hot though, so we'll just stick with him. He's in front of Claire Tay here. Claire will be just biding his time and waiting for Nick Randall to get it all wrong on these cooked tyres through the S's here. But I tell you what, Nick's handling it pretty well. Looks like he's going to make it through on the straight and narrow. Not bad. Further off, back through the field, there's a Ferrari back there. It's Michael Gray, I believe. Not Michael Gray's night. The bear among men having all sorts of trouble.
There's another 360 in the same spot.
Oh, no. It is the same spot.
Cut the camera off him.
Franco's going to just cruise on through there and take a hold of P12. Thank you for that. Oh, Michael Gray's already a lap down too, by the way, so he doesn't actually lose anything whatsoever. That's unfortunate. Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, but good job for sticking it out.
Absolutely.
Being a lap down, having about 10 spins, but he's not giving up. He's going to stay there till the end, so good on him for that. I really applaud that.
Spot on. Great call from you.
Everyone are in chat saying Claire has yellow front wings. That's why he doesn't quite have the pace in the straight line. Probably struggling a bit through sector 1 if you got a bit of front wing damage.
Well, we've got to revisit some of these puns here. Robbing Bodie of some positions with Robert Wenzel there and Nick Randall has spun.
Firelord's always on fire.
Which is odd, considering he's a firefighter. You would think he's pretty well adept to putting those out, but...
About to say, get him an extinguisher.
He starts more than he puts out. Jinbin's gotten right onto the back of this battle. He wants a piece of both Claire Tay and Corbin Hanna. Momo here in P10. He's going to have a look at Robert Wenzel down the straight. Bodie Mick right behind as well. Going to get this move done easily. We've got a yellow flag in sector 1 and 2. That's Michael Gray around again. He has DNF'd this time. So
not going to get a safety car?
At the end, there will be no safety car at this point. That car will just be picked up and removed by the crane.
Magically. Probably helicoptered out because it's America.
Put some flashing lights on it as well. Make it look cool.
Claire Tay doing pretty well with his yellow front wing. Are you sure that's a yellow front wing? Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Finally come together.
Oh, no.
You cannot go side by side for 4 laps in a row and not hit each other. It finally ends in disaster for both of them.
Yeah. They've had some really good battles throughout this race, but that one there, just not able to be completed. There's a lot of corners where you can go too wide. That's probably not one of them. But that'll be a very interesting watch for the stewards, because you would suggest Corbin had rights to the corner. Whether or not it was a corner to overtake in or not is besides the point. They were alongside. I think they were side by side, and just at first glance anyway. So probably called as...
Aaron Heather's picked up a 3-second time penalty, and he was within 3 seconds of Ethan Small, so that's unfortunately
Oh
going to
no.
rule him out of a podium as Ethan Small
Ben
takes the
Curtis.
lead of the race. Ben Curtis has had a moment somewhere. But being on the last lap, Ben just needs to stay behind him now. Don't do anything silly. That 3-second time penalty will give you the race win back. But unfortunately, Aaron Heather is going to stay there in P4.
Might have just got it done with the DRS and the lack of battery for Ben Curtis on the back straight there, Ethan Small.
And I'm sure Ben's smart enough to not have fought that very much. He would have just let him go, knowing that he's going to win the race anyway.
Yep.
But congratulations to Ethan Small for crossing the line first. But Ben Curtis is going to grab the win in race 2. Andre McLeod looked like having a bit of a battle there with Aaron Heather at the end. Does grab P3. Aaron Heather P4. Nick Randell P5. No, Jim Bin P5. So Nick Randell drops all the way down to P6.
Oofed.
Momo P7. And then we wait for the rest to come across. Robert Wenzel P8. Claire Tay P9. Bodie Mick P10. Or Corbin Hanna P10. Bodie Mick P11. And then the rest to come. Franco, Dale Beveridge, and Kenneth Ang yet to cross the line.
Unfortunate for the Mercedes boys there. They both look like they're in good pace and on for a good result. Corbin Hanna coming together with Claire Tay there. And Bodie Mick being taken out as well. So both Mercedes having unfortunate... Hey, wow, Franco grabbing the purple lap there at the end. Thank you very much. With a 35.905, he grabs himself 3 points to add on to his little stack.
Andre McLeod and Aaron Heather had a little battle on the last lap there, and that dropped Andre McLeod outside the 3-second gap to Ethan Small. So Ethan Small grabs P2 after his 3-second time penalty. At one stage there, it looked like he might have fallen down to P4, so that's a great result for him.
Poor old Michael Gray's tyres decided to have enough. And then a little touch on the wall was enough to break the left rear. Only a little touch has caused Michael Gray to DNF tonight. So it just wasn't your night, Bear. Unfortunate, mate. Back into it. Mexico next week. She's a tricky old track, Mexico, so I'd be practicing that one quick smart if I was in Tier 2, which I definitely am not.
Got any tips for Mexico, JC?
Practice,
Asking
mate.
for it, mate.
I'm giving you the tip right now. You want to go and practice that track because anyone who doesn't will get caught in the back of the field, and it is a very tough track. It's very complex, and there's track limits are a massive thing at Mexico just because of that middle sort of S section that no one seems to get right. So I would be practicing, even if you just got 20, 30 laps, just get your eye in. Yeah, that would be my suggestion. It has always been a tricky track, Mexico, and I assume here in F1 2022 it's pretty similar. Ben Curtis still with his goggles up there in P1 from pole. Nice work. Very strong display from our championship leader. That'll just extend his gap up the top, especially with Robert Wenzel finishing down there in P8, Corbin Hanna in P10. And Nick Randell, P6, so nice little buffer for Ben Curtis now. You would suggest heading into Mexico next week. Ben Curtis, P1, Ethan Small, P2, and Andre McLeod make it an Alpine 1-3 on the podium. Aaron Heather, nice result from P9 up there in P4. Jin Bin from P8 managed to pinch driver of the day. That math does not check out, but you got to pay it. Codemasters do what they want. Franco with the purple lap there at the end grabs himself a couple of points, but he'll probably be disappointed with his night overall. Again, no fault of his own. A couple of little collisions with other drivers. But overall, pretty clean in Tier 2, it must be said. I don't think we had a single safety car, and only the one DNF there at the end for Michael Gray. So, nice work from Tier 2 to come out and put on a show for us. Speaking of shows, the big show. That's up next. Tier 1 will not be very far away at all. In fact, I think we're only 2 or 3 minutes away from jumping into qualifying. So, once again, we'll just pop over here and put on some... What do we feel like? Rock? Bass? House? What do you feel like? Bender, your call. What do you reckon?
I always got to go for some rock music. Although country music, we're in Texas, that would be appropriate as well if you've got any queued up.
Ooh, all right. I don't have anything necessarily queued up in terms of country. Tell you what I'm going to do. This is everyone's favourite song at the moment. I don't want to overplay it, though. Nah, you know what? I'm doing it. Get stuff. This is an absolute banger.
What is it?
State of Dystopia. It's been on a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, and rock was the call. So that's what we will go with. Mull knows it. He's all over it. It's been, as I said, it's been on a couple of times over the last couple of weeks, and I don't want to overplay it, but just for now, as we head on to Tier 1, it feels absolutely appropriate.
Look, you can't overplay it unless it appears on commercial radio stations more than Ed Sheeran's new songs, so no such thing as overplaying.
Hey, that's a question for those playing at home. Do any of these songs make it onto commercial? Like, this is all royalty-free music, this website, right? So that means that it's not played anywhere else. Is that correct? Is that what royalty-free means? Like, they don't use it for ads. It's not used to, you know, lead in the footy. If it's royalty-free, it means no one's making any money from it, which means that it's probably not out there in the mainstream at all, is it?
Well, whether it's mainstream or not, I'm not sure, but royalty-free means you can use it and there's no fees to use it.
Ah, all right. So like Channel 7, for example, could come in here and just pick up one of these songs and use it. There's no rules saying that they can't. Okay, yep. All right. That makes a bit more sense.
You know, it's Channel 7. They've probably got a budget. They'll get the latest, you know, I don't know, Taylor Swift song or whatever's popular at the moment and slap that on an advert. Pretty poor example, but you know what I mean?
No, I do. I follow. Yeah, right. Well, I'm surprised we haven't heard more of this song, and it's very popular within OOR, that's for sure. Oh, no. You know, I do recall, I actually remembered answering, I just answered this question myself, because there was a V8 Supercars event that I watched that had a song on it, and then 2 days later I managed to, I didn't go looking for it, but I managed to cross that song in here. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I used it, and that makes more sense. How are we looking? Are we being joined by the great Thomas the Tank Engine? Tom Maloney, are you here yet, my friend?
I am indeed here.
Yes!
Thank you so much for the intro.
Hello to you, good sir. Pleasure to be having you join us for Tier 1.
Thank you very much. And for anyone watching, I was trying to convince JC to play the Thomas the Tank Engine theme for this little break here.
What, were you?
Hence the Thomas the Tank Engine reference on the way in.
No, I just called you Thomas the Tank Engine because your name's Tom. Where did you write that?
That's mine in the broadcasting chat. Come on.
Well, I don't have Discord open, so I didn't see that. If we've just have we just what? I just called you Thomas the Tank Engine because you're a Tom.
Very quickly.
Yes.
Before we move on from Tier 2 to Tier 1, Eyeballs in chat saying Andre McLeod ran out of fuel on the last lap, so maybe that's why he dropped so far back from Ethan for P2 and ended up battling with Aaron Heather.
Ouch.
Well, still a pretty good night overall for the Alpine boys. So you're not going to be sad about losing a 1-3, but yeah, it could have been a 1-2. But hey, very good performance from you tonight, Ben Curtis. Jacob is all aboard the Ben Curtis Championship train. So very strong from you. When are we going to have Ben Curtis start to call himself fast, by the way? Top of Tier 2. I don't think he ever will.
Never. It'll never happen.
Ooh, Bended. Look what I've got for you here in Tier 1. Let's flick on over and have a little look at the weather here in Tier 1. Because whilst it is not particularly moist just yet, it is ominous.
Ooh.
Could be anything. And of course, only qualifying here at the moment, so we're still heading out to the race. But our little birdies in chat, I'm sure, will be ducking into the streams of Smithy and whoever else is streaming. Just getting a cheeky little weather report for us.
Well, I wish you gents all the best with the call. I'm going to quickly grab some food and come back and watch the rain fall.
Very good work from you again tonight. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, a very kind adieu to David Bender McNulty. Thank you to you, sir.
Thanks, everyone. Catch you next time.
Let's get into quali. 18 on the grid for Tier 1 tonight. Ben Curtis, one of those, doing God's work and backing it up. Jumping up here into Tier 1 after your race win in Race 2 for Tier 2. It's a good song too, actually. What have we got here? Just while I go and turn this down. Fix My Head. Oh, God, please do that.
People you can pay to do that.
No, you couldn't pay anyone here and anywhere near enough to have a look at that. All right, what else have we got? Nick Randall, another driver who's backing up from Tier 2. So Ben Curtis and Nick Randall starting from the back of the field here in Tier 1. Interested to see how they go. Obviously, well ensconced in the battle for the Tier 2 championship. So, always good to see the Tier 2 boys step up and how they go mixing in here. Gerald Chu had a crack at it, I think it was last week in Azerbaijan. It might have been the week before in Suzuka. I can't remember exactly when he picked up. No, it was in Singapore. It was his home race. He backed it up and finished in P5 at his home race. So, certainly not out of the question for the Tier 2 boys to step up here and stake their claims on a top 10, if not a top 5. I think the podium's probably just a little bit out of reach because they're really hot, they're really sharp, they're really fast up here in Tier 1. Broken the stream, have I? What's wrong with it?
But a slightly shrunken stream and the overlay's still on.
Okay. All right. Okay.
That's better.
No, hang on. Why does it do this, though? Like, it only does it for Tier 1, where it resets this. But I know what the problem is, at least. So I'm just going to go and do that. And then I'm going to jump back in here and make sure it's fixed. And then I got to jump back in here and turn off performance mode so that it's all nice and beautiful. There you go. Happy days. Thank you. Well spotted. Kyle Jackson looks like he's started his flying lap. Can't really tell because, again, we have no telemetry. So let's go and whip that on.
Bit of a wiggle. He would have invalidated that one, so... Well, he's still committed to it.
Green track map, so he's not invalidated just yet. He's going to play on. So we will stay with him. One of the first cars to come out and start setting a lap, Kyle Jackson. Currently P4, I want to say, in the championship. Again, don't know. Don't call me on that because I don't have the stats in front of me tonight, unfortunately. But he's definitely up there inside the top 5. He's had a really strong season, Kyle Jackson. Another one of those non-disclosed, quietly goes about his business type drivers. Hasn't really stormed down the house, hasn't won a race, hasn't been on pole all that often, but just continues to put in good results and pick up points. Just want to point out we've done a 33-1. Zachary Smith. What is wrong with that man? We had 33.6 as the pole time for Tier 2. He's come in here on his banker and done a 33.1. That's disgusting, Zachary Smith.
Genuinely offensive. Mighty effort.
We're going deep in 32s.
Incredible. Deep into the 32s, you reckon? I don't think we're going deep. Again, Tier 1...
32.6, I'll say.
Oh,
wow.
That's not as deep as you were originally going to go, I'm sure.
It wasn't. Originally, I was thinking maybe a 32.3.
32.6 is around about what I would have said, yeah. So 33.6 is what Diabol's was aiming for. He's top of Tier 2. So the fact that we've got a 33.1 out here straight away, 33.2 straight away from Daniel Lambert and his Mercedes teammate Zekai Chu with a 33.3. So they are some really spicy times here at the top of Tier 1 already. But as we say most weeks, the Tier 1 boys on the pace straight away. Hey, let's check out the sun, by the way. Yeah, nice. Okay, the cloud cover means that we haven't got a lot of glare for the Tier 1 guys down in the back straight here in qualifying. It's the first time we've seen this tonight where we've come out on qualifying and the drivers can actually see the road. So the cloud
There's an
cover,
Apex there.
cloud cover
Do we
doing
know if there's
nicely.
any wet weather coming in this quali session?
No, it's someone before. I can't remember. I read it. There was someone who
Eyeballs said it's going to be
uh,
dry.
dry throughout. Yeah, qualifying and race looks to be both dry quali and race. That's right. Yeah, Diaballs. Thank you. Tell you what I want to keep an eye on tonight is this man, Greg Jokes, who's generally very quick here in Tier 1, but this will be his first competitive race on a wheel. Generally comes out and does his business on the pad. So, as I said, in Tier 3, was watching him practice earlier on this week, and he's put in a fair bit of practice on the wheel. Streamed his point of view during practice a couple of times this week. So, 35.5, well off the pace here at the moment. But just keep an eye on him, and we'll see how he goes. All the drivers just coming in here as they complete their first run. Out on track, Nathan Monks has come into the pit lane. He wasn't happy with his lap. Nathaniel Christ also still on a lap, but also not happy with it. So into the pit lane, having invalidated. So Nathan Monks, Kenneth Ang, and Nathaniel Christ. Well, Kenneth Ang shouldn't be posting a time. He should be retiring in the pit lane, I would have thought, as a Tier 2 driver.
Definitely doesn't like he hasn't gone out, just hasn't retired from the session yet.
No, so the Mercedes drivers look like they're going to be the first to have a crack at a second run. Zachary Smith actually is already out here. Championship leading Aston Martin. Zachary Smith.
Dimitri Forrester and Rafli Fidelia are both out as well in the Alfa Romeos.
Remember to last week, Zach Smith got away with absolute murder. And Zekai was comfortably leading with 2 laps to go and put it in the wall.
Yeah.
In Baku. So, riding his luck at the moment, but he's also mighty rapid. So,
Still hurts. That still hurts.
You need a little bit of luck to go your way in these 18-round championships. You're not
Get
going to be good
stuffed.
every single week.
Zachary Smith doesn't need luck. He's doing 33 ones. He doesn't need luck.
Not this week, he doesn't. He got luck last week. He would have lost a chunk of points.
This bloke needs some BOP adjustments. That's all he needs. He's fucking way too quick. Goodness
Shame he
gracious.
can't ballast an F1 car.
Yes, I can.
make him qualify with 20 laps of fuel on board or something.
Yeah, make him qualify.
Actually, yeah.
Make
you
him
could do
qualify
that.
on mediums or something.
Tracks, that's not a bad thing, actually.
No, it should be a thing in here. Every time you qualify on pole, you got to add 5 litres of fuel.
I
It
like
doesn't
it.
actually let you qualify on mediums in this game.
Oh, you can't do it anymore, can you?
It doesn't let you.
Only gives you the option for softs now.
Wheel jokes is washed. Bring back pad jokes. Good puns from you, Nick Randell. Not bad. Good little entry. Oh, all sorts of crossed up there, Zachary Smith, as he came out of the final S. Nice and deep down here into this tricky left-hander. The sun just starting to come out from behind the clouds now too, so there will be a bit of glare down here into this corner off the back straight, but it won't be too bad. But you'll see him use all of the outside curb here. In fact, he doesn't. That is odd. Smithy's usually one of the drivers who uses the esports line, and you see the esports guys, they use all the curb and some. Every single piece of track that they have available to them, they use. So I am surprised that Smithy didn't use that outside curb there. Maybe just thinking it would upset the Aston Martin.
Might be running very low ride height just to get it around that first sector.
Just doesn't look particularly quick on this lap, Smithy, so I'm not sure whether he's going to complete it. He is going to try and post it. Don't know how much improvement's in it. There is an improvement.
It wasn't ridiculously quick.
He's still ridiculously quick, absolutely. Just, you know, not as quick as I thought it was in comparison to his own pace, but, you know, whatever. It just proves me wrong. That's fine. You go ahead. Every single time I doubt that man, he comes out and makes me look stupid. Dimitri Forrester crosses the line and improves by half a second. And does a 33.2.
Thank you very much.
That's pretty handy from Dimitri. Last week's pole sitter at Baku. Rafli Fidelia.
There's your 32.
Hello. The first driver to crack into the 32s. Another driver in an Alfa Romeo who is well and truly capable of a pole lap is Rafli Fidelia.
So this like 32.924.
Zekai Chu
300s
jumps to
quicker.
the top.
Yep, so I reckon you're not far off, Jacob Weatherburn. We're going to go deep into the 32s here. Probably a 32.6 on the way. I'm not as confident anymore, though. I thought maybe 32.6 is where I was going to land, and then I was very happy when you were going to say 32.3 before you changed your mind.
Well, Mitch Weatherburn's jumped himself up to P4 with a 33.1 as well, so a 1.3, so 1/10 covering, or 2/10 covering the top 4.
Nathan Monk's on his out lap here, just about to start his first flying lap, having, well, it's his second flying lap, but he balked his first one. He must have invalidated or something, so you would assume that this will be good enough for P10, around about thereabouts. I don't think he'll be pushing too hard on this lap. With 6 minutes to go, he will want to post something. So I think he'll just be a little cautious through the S's here. Just want to keep it within the lines, won't be necessarily trying to blow the house down. You can see he's giving those apexes a reasonably wide berth. Still pretty quick through here, but I think he's capable of a better time. But again, just looking to put a time on the board here is the totally awesome Nathan Monks. But 2 drivers into the 32s. Love to see that here in Tier 1. Very close up the top there too. So Dimitri Forrester with the 33.2 would have been pretty happy with that lap, but it's only good enough for P6 here in Tier 1.
Yeah, we usually see the pole times for Tier 3 and Tier 2 are usually good enough for around that P10 mark in Tier 1. And that's how it's sitting at the moment. 33.6 would get you P9. These guys are bang on the pace of, I was about to say where we usually expect them to be, but we always usually say a number and then someone comes out and smashes it.
Yeah.
Looks like Nathan Monks is going to get a lap on the board.
What's he capable of? Let's see what it is. It is good enough for P9. Nice.
Nice banker.
1,000th of a second better than Tier 2 champion Brian Tan. Tier 2 halfway champion. We've got to come up with a good name for that. Tier 2 halfway champion just sounds terrible.
Minor Premier.
Minor Premier. Minor Premier Brian Tan. Good shout from you, Tom Maloney. Very good. Minor Premier Brian Tan. That is fitting. I like it. Smithy's on his out lap. He's first out the box. This will be his 3rd set of softs, so this will be it. This is his final hot lap. And it is nice.
Very early.
It is early, isn't it? I thought it was pretty early too. I'm surprised by it, but again, never ever write off this man. Has been Tier 1 champion in OOR before and is on his way to repeating the effort here again in F1 2022. Never ever write off this man. Spiritual Tier 2 champ. That's a good word too. Spiritual. I like it. Spiritual former minor premier. No, that's too much now.
You're now just adding words.
Yeah,
mate.
just
Tier 2
alphabet
champion
soup.
elect.
Someone gives you what you want, then you add 3 words to it.
Oh dear. Righto, Smithy. What do you got for us? 3 minutes 40 to go. You can see everyone else still in the pit lane at the moment, so they are waiting for Smithy to come out here and lay some rubber down. He's out here
Just
doing...
waiting to see if it's worth actually going out.
Out here evolving the track for them. If he beats a 32.9 here with 4 minutes to go of track evolution, there is something alien about this man, and he pulls it out every now and then. That's why he's leading the way in the championship.
He's a 10th up in the first sector.
He lost a lot of time around there last lap, so he might have gained a fair chunk more.
Yeah, he looked much better over the crest there. So like you said, I think he's probably gained a 10th or 2 through there.
It's not very often we get to see Zachary Smith challenged this deep into an F1 season. Generally, he walks away with it. So the fact that Zekai Chu is up there and giving him a red-hot go is very good to see. And again tonight, Zekai Chu looks like he's got the pace to take it up to Zachary Smith.
Zach's quarter of a second up now. So this is going to be...
Oh, we're going to look for a
32.7's coming up, I reckon.
He's going to nab that 6, that 32.6.
Look very
Maybe
good.
done the right thing and jumped out early with no traffic around him. And what's it going to be?
Look very good through that last sector too. It's a very tidy lap.
32.6.
There's your 32.6, Jacob Weatherburn. Very good call from you. There is your time to beat. He's set the bar very high. 0.3 quicker than anyone else at the moment. Stonking lap. 32.688. That's a full second quicker than the Tier 2 pole time. 33.6, I think we had something about that from Kenneth Ang. Boy, oh boy. Wowee, what about that? No, the Monk's still in the pits, which means Caleb van der Reyden's finally coming around the last corner here to see if he can improve. No, he's about to start his last lap.
Zekai Chu's on a lap. He's just gone through Sector 1. He's nearly a 10th up as well. He doesn't need to find... What's he got to find? 3/10.
Yeah, 3/10 will put him on pole. 2.5 puts him on pole. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're at the pinnacle of this sport like these boys are, there's not a lot of time to find. So it'll have to be a picture-perfect lap from Zekai Chu. Rafley Fadilli is certainly capable as well, so we'll flick over to him. And then a couple of drivers just sitting outside the 32s there. Wouldn't count them out either. Dimitri Forrester, Daniel Lambert, Mitch Weatherburn amongst them.
Zekai had lost a bit of time in that middle sector, so gonna have to have a mighty last sector to jump over the top of Zach.
If you can put him some distance between him and Rafley, I think he'll be happy, but not quite sure he's going to manage to.
Oh, cop that, boys.
Bang! 1,000th
Thousandth of a second.
1,000th of a second.
That's
Unreal.
disgusting.
And we thought it was going to be a bad lap.
Unreal.
You cannot get a closer margin.
Insane.
Than them two just whacking the same time out.
That's incredible.
Rafley's also up by nearly 2/10 here.
We said halfway through the lap it
mean,
wasn't looking particularly tidy from Zekai Chu, but goodness me, we said he needed a good last sector. We didn't think we were going to get that. Yeah, Alexis Bowen. Alexis, unfortunately, unable to join us tonight. You wouldn't have heard her dulcet tones in Tier 3 tonight. She's otherwise preoccupied, so wasn't able to commentate. Wasn't able to join up in Tier 1 and wasn't able to post a time because Rafley Fadilli has gone with a 32.5. What?
What's Dimitri got?
He's down by 0.03, so I'm not sure he's going to improve.
No.
Stays P6.
Does find a 10th, but not good enough for P5 from Mitch Weatherburn, who did improve as well. Snuck into the 33 zeros. Both Daniel Lambert and Mitch Weatherburn improved on their last lap, but not enough to get anywhere near Rafley Fadilli. 32.5. What are we witnessing?
They've both said stuff you to Zachary Smith. That's what they've done.
Well, we said Zachary was on the ball. Goodness gracious. The top three absolutely in another league. Grid Joke says, ignore his qualifying time of a 1:34.885 exactly. Nah, mate, you'd be pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that, Grid Jokes. Don't worry about it, mate. You get a free pass tonight, your first week on the wheel. We just want you to finish the race and have a good bit of fun out there, mate. It's a lot more fun on a wheel. It's a lot more immersive. You'll feel entrenched in whatever battles you come across. So just give each other a bit of space and you'll have a good time tonight. Don't worry about your position. You get a free pass. You can do whatever you want. As long as you finish, of course.
And remember which pedal's the brake one at the turn 1. That's a really, really good tip.
Amen. Love you, Diabols. Nice work.
From experience, Tom.
Nice work in T2.
Not my personal experience, but I have witnessed it occur.
Don't you race on a pad, Tom?
I do race on the pad.
Really? That is news to me.
Is it? That's weird, I think.
I did not know that. I may be the only person that did not know that.
Rafley Fidelia, 32.524, ladies and gentlemen. Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith. We say the two Zs aren't separated by much most of the season. How about 1,000th of a second here at the Circuit of the Americas? 1,000th of a second. That's just crazy. If you put a B on the bonnet of Zachary Smith's Aston Martin, he'd probably beat Zekai Chu there. Daniel Lambert, P4. Very sharp as well, but half a second back from Rafley Fidelia. That shows you how tight it is here in Tier 1. Absolutely insane pace. Ben Curtis, Kenneth Ang, and Nick Rendell will be joining us from the back of the grid. Nice work from them, backing it up, as we said, after Tier 2. But that is some crazy pace. Absolutely nuts pace up the front of Tier 1 here. Beautiful sunshine again. So no rain shenanigans here, as we said. Pretty rare that you get rain in Austin, Texas. And again, the case tonight with all three tiers bright and beautiful.
It's a very nice day.
What have I got here for you? So that one didn't work. I haven't got that. And I haven't got formations and standings either. So you can just have... Why not that? Actually, you know what? Let's just go straight to track. Why not? Which means you've got just a beautiful pit lane. The Paddock Club up there. They're all... Actually, everyone's very pleased with themselves up there. There's a lot of shouting and hurrahing and celebrating going on, considering there's absolutely zero action occurring on track. I love
Pay that much money. You make the most of it.
Yeah, they're all drunk. They're not here for the race at all. Pfft, I know all about that.
Yeah, personal experience.
Oh, goodness me. I love the attention to detail. Daniel Lambert, Zekai Chu, you can see their names there. Brian Ando, Garneta. The names above the pit boxes, above the garages, I mean. I love that little bit of attention to detail. Codemasters get a lot of things wrong, but they got that right.
It's got their driver avatar too there as well. You can't really see it because of the shadow, but it's also got the little driver face that they make up as well.
Yep, and their country flags. It's good. It's good little attention to detail. Love it.
Shame they can't get rev bugs right, but you know.
Ugh, that's the worst bug. It is the worst one. Hello to you, George Fowler. I can't post your message, unfortunately. I'm stuck in here. I can't alt-tab out, but love you, mate. Good to have you. Looking forward to seeing you go about your business here in the F1 Series too, by the way. It looks like you've done your classification times and you've put your hat in the ring. So hopefully you get the chance to come and show us what you got at some point. Whether or not that's in one of the stream tiers or in tier 4 or 5 is yet to be decided, but again, yeah, very happy to have you a bit about tonight, as you always pop in most weeks and say hello.
We wait for these guys to get them self-readied up. I've just been having a flick through the endurance qualification. We've spoken about the VRS Pro Series. Moving on to our endurance series. Some of these guys are posting mid-56s around Silverstone.
Yeah, it's getting pretty nuts in there now, isn't it?
Which is just absolutely ridiculous times.
Are those in the Honda, though? I feel like they'd be not in the Honda.
No, we have the top three. So there's a Honda in third place, but a Porsche and an Audi in P1 and P2.
Is that Mitchell Weston
guessing
in
the
P2?
Honda is
So
power play.
Mitchell Weston and Daniel Hunter, I believe, will have pole position for the Silverstone 6 hour because Matthew Lamb and Paul Britt are taking a 10-place grid penalty for changing cars.
Yeah, there is a couple of those that have been handed out. So I think the Seneca are dropping as well, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, so Lamb and Britt, I believe, qualified on pole, but will take a 10-place penalty. So that will elevate Mitch Weston and Daniel Hunter up to P1. But in Tier 1 here, these guys are getting their formation lap done.
It's a lot of soft tyres.
There's a lot of softs, isn't it?
Have the calculations been done in terms of the qualifying drops yet? Just heading back to Silverstone quickly. Have they, like, for instance, we're P11. Is that P11 with the penalties in place, or is that P11 without the penalties being handed out yet?
That's P11 without the penalties, I believe.
Ooh, okay, so we sneak inside the top 10 probably.
This one's
That's all
yours,
you.
Tom.
Yeah, Tom.
I'm taking this one. Cool, no worries.
Jacob and
Yeah.
I have had a really good night. We've called all of the race starts and they've been beautiful and clean. There's been no car parks, no safety cars, no nothing. It's been really clean tonight. So I would expect the same here from yourself, Tom Maloney, and from you, Tier 1. Good luck to you.
Yes, good luck everyone as the drivers all settle and wait for those red lights to come on. That went straight from 2 to 5, didn't it? And we are away.
Are we, though?
What?
No, we are
No.
not.
Are we,
We're
though?
now away now.
Everyone's
hell out of
gone on
that.
the grid.
Great start from Zekai Chu. Gets up alongside Rafley Fidelia on the inside into turn 1. And looks like Zach Smith managed to get down the inside of him as well. So that's a very good start for
Oh, no.
the
Three
leaders.
burns around.
DNFs.
And he is out.
No, it's not
No,
DNF.
DNF.
How is he not dead?
We've just
What?
witnessed Daniel Lambert and Mitch Weatherburn make love to each other.
Wow.
That is a Williams and Mercedes baby. But it's a
But
safety car.
somehow, yeah, safety car's not out on track though, so it must be just a virtual.
Well, that went about as well as I hoped it would when I tried to curse it off the line. So not only did we didn't get a safety car, but we got, I can't believe that wasn't a DNF from Mitch Weatherburn. He was in the wall.
In the wall, his car was nearly pointing towards the sky, and somehow it still kept all its wheels.
So we had a
I have a
curse.
feeling we've got a major desync going on just
Yeah,
by that.
They were going 3 wide into turn 2 there. Mitch Weatherburn was the meat in a sandwich of Daniel Lambert and somebody else.
So Mitch Weatherburn's not the one who's desync because he's got no front nose. You don't get any damage when you desync. Same with Daniel Lambert. He's also missing a bunch of front wing there, so he's not desync. But you're right. There was warning signs early on when I was with you, Tom. I thought the grid lights did some weirdness, and then they all
I
just
saw
sat
the
there on
two formation lap lights come on. I went, oh no, that's not normal.
We're
But
underway
we're
again.
away again.
Zachary
front.
Smith's putting pressure on Zekai Chu already. He's going to have a look up the inside.
He's
He
two.
wants the lead of the race. Thank you very much.
That's a great safety car restart from Zachary Smith.
Rafley Fidelia is going up the inside of Zekai here up into turn 1.
He wasn't confident in his race pace, Rafley Fidelia, and didn't get quite the start off the line that he would have wanted, but he's just gone up the inside of Zekai Chu for P2. So, wouldn't be too concerned about it. Old Rafley. Looks like he's got it in pieces and parts and doing well nicely so far through sector 1 for the second time, so he's all right. Don't know how he got in chat here, by the way, after George Fowler was in here. He just popped in here and said he's not confident in his race. He's up here in P2, he's fine. Carry on, Rafley.
What tyres did Daniel Lambert and Mitch Weatherburn put on once they replaced those front wings? They went the medium, so they're probably going to do another stop. They're probably hoping for a safety car.
The safety
Not sure
car
though.
would be ideal. I think the mediums would make it. Oh, actually, again, accelerated
might be.
tyre wear, maybe not.
That
Roughly
might be
that'd be-
particularly pleasant at the end.
Nando really jumps over the inside of that curve there. Nathan Monk's giving Kyle Jackson a bit of a hard time.
Those two McLarens had a very good launch. 3 places and 5 places each.
Yeah, it did nicely to just avoid the carnage after turn 1, 2. Of course, Mitch Weatherburn and Daniel Lambert were both up there in P4 and P5. So they've taken those 2 positions for free. But they have got another one there as well at some point. Zachary Smith's done 2 purples in a row. So he is absolutely flying out the front of the field. Not just got 1 lap pace. Our mate Zachary Smith, he's got race pace as well. Half a second up the road already from Rafley Fidelia. But it is lap 3 now, so DRS will be opening up as we get onto the back straight.
We won the mighty DRS train coming up, I think.
Yeah, they're all settling into a bit of a rhythm now. Single file. Everyone from Zekai Chu all the way down to Nick Randell in P13 is within 1 second of each other.
Danny Wong deciding that he's going to try a different formation of the track.
Yeah, he's, again, free pass, mate. Just bring it home. That's all we got to do. He's out here on the
Probably
wheel.
not-
He's just got to get as much race practice in as he can on this wheel so he can come back
Probably
stronger.
not used to having, any
Rafley is
force
right up
feedback.
alongside Zach and he's passed him. So
The move for the lead there. DRS has really helped him. Zekai's back within a second. Top three sort of just slightly pushing away from Dimitri Forrester in P4. He's got about half a second to close up if he wants to get into DRS range.
Yeah, I would expect these front three to stretch their legs. They clearly had the pace.
Zachary
That is
Smith in the pits.
Smithy diving into the pits there, yeah. So he's the first one to bite the bullet and come in. Raffley goes with the quickest, 35.5 so far. And is outside the DRS of Zekai Chu too, so Raffley in a good spot here. But it's a very early pit stop from Zachary Smith.
Look at that free air he's coming out into, though. Oh, is the Haas going to get him?
Yeah, the Haas will get him.
That's Grid Jokes, though. I wouldn't expect Grid Jokes to put up too much of a fight. In fact, all I think that's going to do is give Zachary Smith DRS down the back straight. That's all that is.
Nando's here is hanging onto the back of Dimitri. It's much closer than he was last lap. He'll be looking to open up the DRS and get a move done here.
Used all his battery, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. It's already under 20%. Not gaining much time at all.
Yep, certainly didn't pull up any sort of gaps towards the end of that straight either. He didn't close it at all, so... In fact, he dropped a tenth. He was about 3/10 going into that DRS zone, and now he's 4/10 back. So, Dimitri Forrester, tell you what, we have seen, and Raffley Fidelia does this a lot, right? And he is the teammate of Dimitri Forrester. Raffley loves to run a low wing setup. We've seen that so many times this season where Raffley has just dominated in a straight line. So potentially Dimitri following along with his setup. Well, they're sharing setup tips in there in the Alfa Romeo garage or something.
Away.
Yeah, Raffley's in the pits. So he's covering off Zachary Smith. Huge lock up there from Dimitri. Where is he going to come out? Zachary Smith wouldn't have been held up much by Grid Jokes. I think Raffley's going to get him.
He is.
By
By
a
quite some margin too.
Yeah, very comfortable margin. So it's either a beautiful in lap by Raffley or Smithy's not had the best out lap.
He was
They're
stuck
playing-
behind Grid Jokes, so I think that might have... And I don't know how the warm-up of this track is, but there might be a chance here for Zach now these tyres are nice and toasty, just to close that gap up.
Yeah, well, he lost 4 seconds, so he's got a bit
Yeah,
of
that's-
work to do to close that up.
We saw in Tier 2, Ben Curtis got the overcut done and made it work. So we thought at the time that the overcut might be slightly stronger, but just been proven here by Raffley Fidelia, who sticks it out for an extra lap on those soft tyres. And as you said, now 3.5 seconds clear. Kenneth Thang has already had some disconnection issues tonight. And again here looks to have disconnected from P10. So not sure whether that's the AI in control of his car now.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's not getting the full throttle very well. And oh,
Nathaniel's just got to be careful here.
Right up the back of him. Although if it was AI, wouldn't he be ghosted?
Depends if they got ghosting on or not. I don't.
Oh,
they
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
have it on.
yeah,
They only had it on
ghosting
for Baku
off.
because the castle section.
Up the front of the field, Zekai, Brian Nando, they've all pitted. Everyone diving in there. Kenneth Thang's AI deciding, I'll just stick it out here on these 4-lap old softs and keep on trucking. But he is 3.5 seconds slower on that lap, so that is definitely AI in control of that car for Kenneth Thang, unfortunately.
I wouldn't wish the negative 6-degree tyres on anyone for a lap here. So
We think that's what happened to him in Tier 2.
Sorry to cut you off, but Zico Chu and Nando have both jumped Zachary Smith as well.
Indeed, they have.
So even Nando's managed to make up some time by staying out those extra 2 or 3 laps. So the undercut's not very strong around here.
I think Tom was
Reckon-
right. I think he just got stuck behind Grid Jokes and
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just lost a bit of time in that first and second sector. Either way, it's cost him a bunch of time. Raffley is well up the road, so is Zekai.
speaking of Raffley and Zekai, Raffley going past Kenneth Thang's AI here, and I'm sure Zekai Chu won't be too far behind as well. Zekai critically didn't have DRS down there, whereas Raffley would have had it to the AI'd Kenneth Ang. So a nice little advantage there for Raffley. Again, it's all coming up for Delia tonight so far. We're only 6 laps in, long way to go, but with that qualifying session and now this race playing out for him as well, hopefully Zekai gets around cleanly there. He does.
That's brave.
It was brave. That's exactly
Seen
what
plenty
it
of cars
was.
go round there, so...
What is this helicopter cam? What are we doing, Codemasters? Give me something else. No? No. We're stuck in helicopter cam. You know what? Let's do it. Oh, there we go. All right, we're fine. Play on. What else is going on back here in the field? Back in the midfield, Ben Curtis is chasing around his Alpine teammate, Jeremy Washington. So there is absolutely no chance of an overtake here. Ben Curtis, the most gentlemanly of humans, will be just ushering his Alpine teammate along gently. Won't be putting him under much pressure whatsoever.
Tell you who he's putting pressure on. Nathan Monk's on Zachary Smith.
Is he really?
He's in DRS range.
Yeah, and Zachary's lost DRS to Nando in front. Zachary was he was within half a second when Nando come out of the pits. He's really struggling.
That's Caleb Jackson and Caleb Vander Kyle out the back there too. Both using the DRS to close the gap to Nathan Monks there. So a little train just developing through there.
No one in the top 7 has DRS on each other.
But this is good stuff from Tier 1. Not a lot of mistakes being made. They're all just tucking into their race pace now. But there's not a lot of endurance required. You get a little break between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Sorry, Race 1 and Race 2. Zekai Chu with the fastest lap now with the 35.4. So he's found some pace. That's brought him within 1.5 seconds of Raffley for Delia.
And they're not making much of a dent in Dimitri and Brian as well, and Nick at the top, who all have yet to stop. So definitely looking good for those boys just to extend and just chuck the softs on at the end for a purple lap at the end.
Yeah, it's Kyle Radin and Caleb Vander Jackson. I'm having fun with it, Wenza. If you're going to butcher names, you do it properly. You butcher 2 names simultaneously.
Cole Jackson's having a look at Nathan Monks here. They're all on each other.
It's a good little battle developing here.
Cole Jackson's in the slipstream. He's going to get a move done up the inside. Moves himself up into P8. Nathan's going to try and hang around the outside. He's not going to be able to do it. So drops him down to P9. It's going to be under pressure from his teammate now. You don't want to be banging wheels with your teammate.
All going for the shake and bake to keep up with Zach.
You know, Caleb's got a 1.5 second gap back to JJ for that P10, so and then the McLaren boys just sit where they are. They can be 1-2 for the start of the next race.
Dimitri has pitted, and it looks like... No, he's going to come out behind. Oh, no, he's not. He's in front of these guys.
He's going to jump Zachary Smith as well.
Boy, oh boy.
I'm really surprised how much, even if he got held up by grid jokes on that outlap, I'm surprised at how much time he's lost.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the pit stop. Like, obviously, that's caused him an issue, but he hasn't had the pace on these medium tyres in this second stint. Looked really good in the first stint and got into the lead early on and looked really strong. But then once he got onto these medium tyres after an early pit stop, it just hasn't had the pace here.
Now Dimitri's in front of him on the softs as well, so good luck catching him.
It does give him
Jackson.
DRS now, crucially, so maybe he just gets a little toe along here and that kicks him into gear, but how long can he stay within DRS? As you said, Dimitri on those soft tyres, you would expect him to just gap him in the third sector and...
He's gapping him down the straight.
Even with the DRS.
Yeah, exactly right. So he's gone already. It's going to put him under pressure from Kyle Jackson.
Say Zach's probably using a very high downforce setup and worked really well in quali, but he's just getting munched up down the straight.
Only the top 2 left to pit now. Brian Tan, Nick Randell. Looks like Brian Tan might be in the pits this lap. Nick Randell looks to be following him in.
Minor
Ridge
Premier.
Oaks and
Brian Tan leading the race at the moment with the bender strat. That's all come to end now. So Raffley does retake the lead. Zekai Chu currently P2. Brian Ando having a good race up there in P3. It's a nice result for him so far.
Yeah, Raffley's got nearly a 2.5 second gap there. Back to Zekai Chu, so he's just going to manage that through to the end. And look after the tyres. Cole Jackson's not really making much dint into Zachary Smith. Nathan Monks is under pressure from Caleb Van Der Eyden, but I'm not sure these guys will battle each other too hard. Brian Tan's currently sitting P10 with a 4-second gap back to Jeremy Washington. And he's on a fresh set of softs, so he can just hang in here for P10.
No silly 3-second penalties either, so Tier 1 keeping it very clean.
It just has been very clear that barely anyone's made any mistakes. Besides that turn 1 incident between Mitch Weatherburn and Daniel Lambert.
Yep, no penalties, no yellow flags.
Up at the field.
Sorry, Jackie.
I was about to say those two have caught up at the field. Daniel Lambert's back up into P14. Mitch Weatherburn's struggling in P17. But without a safety car, they've done well to actually catch back up with the field. JJ here is having a look at Nathan Monks. Nathan's let Caleb past. And now the Red Bull of JJ's having a look.
On for it.
Oh, he's
Should
had a
take a
big
dive.
one there. He's managed to get it pulled up though. He hit the apex. Couldn't get the power down though. Dimitri is inside 1 second on Nando for P3. He's just dropped back outside, but he's right on that borderline of DRS. JJ here's not going to give up on this P8.
Iron behind him is right on his tail as well.
Oh,
Not if you do that.
Those tyres won't last very long if you do that, though.
I think it was a strategic spin because now he just stays in P10. He doesn't really want to join this battle because the more positions he gains, the further away from pole he is for race 2. So I reckon he's just done that intentionally, Brian Tan. He's just given us a bit of a drift around and lost sort of half a second or so. Oh no, now I'm half a second back. I'm not part of this battle. I'll just have to finish P10. What a shame.
P9's not a bad place to be. More points, front row.
Yeah, but then you get carried away. You take P9, then you want P8. There's our first 3-second penalty of the evening. There's our second one.
Zach Smith, that'll...
That's going to send him piling down the order. Actually, it'll probably send him piling down to P10.
Ooh. Speaking of strategic
Looking at
penalties.
those deltas there at the moment, I reckon Zachary Smith ends up P10 if they stay as close together as they are now. So if anything's strategic, JJ goes round the outside. He's going to get done by Brian Tan here.
Nice move. JJ just a little too keen up there into turn 1. Didn't get on the anchors at all right. Locked them all up. And Brian Tan said, thank you, mother for the rabbits. I'll have P9.
Jump up to Nando and Dimitri. He's only 3/10 back. He's going to have DRS. Dimitri Forrest is going to want that P3.
He's going to get him.
Yeah,
Done.
he's going to breeze past him down the straight on those soft tyres.
And is that Kyle going past Zach? It is.
Kyle's just jumped Zach there.
Zach's mediums are 8 laps old now. Probably not particularly impressed with how things are going.
Yeah, look. it's going to drop him down the field, that penalty. But he has struggled ever since he come out on those mediums. So, like you said, he's probably running a higher downforce setup.
Oh, Dimitri's had a moment. On these softs, he's just burnt them up too, trying to get going again. And has had to go well off track there. Not able, therefore, to defend from Kyle Jackson. So Kyle Jackson up to P4. Dimitri drops down to P5. And now on these 4-lap-old softs, which he has just spun up, he's going to have no traction. Out of turn 1 here, he'll be slow, but I'm just going to keep an eye on him through this first sector because these Alfa Romeos, as we've already discussed, really low wing setup on these Alfa Romeos. So add in low wing plus cook tyres plus old tyres, this would be a great effort if he can get it through these S's with any sort of pace, which he's doing pretty comfortably at the moment. It must be said, he's got Zachary Smith for company, but he has made it through there really well considering the condition of those tyres. So nice driving for Dimitri after a bit of an error in the final sector on the previous lap, dropping him back through the field. He's done well to at least stave off Zachary Smith for now.
Sigh of relief from Brianando.
Look at that low wing, though. Even with the DRS, he just... Oh, no! Oh, Smithy's just given Kyle a... Oh, hang on. Nah. That looks sus. Hang on.
Yeah.
Smithy doesn't just drive up the bum of people, and he certainly doesn't give him a second visit on the way through, so there is a little desync there, I would suggest.
There are some gremlins afoot.
You do not see Smithy make mistakes like that. He definitely doesn't second pump people, like you said.
Yeah.
So someone is desynced somewhere, whether Smithy's the one that's desynced or...
Well, Smithy's got absolutely no damage on the front of his wing, so it could be him. But again, I'll take you back to Australia where we thought it was Suma who was desynced. It was actually us. Everyone else on track was fine, and Suma said, I had no problems. I don't know what you're talking about. So it could be that too. It could be just the host desynced from the broadcaster, or it could be bloody anything. Who bloody knows anymore? Meanwhile, back here, this is Caleb van der Reyden and minor premier Brian Tan doing battle through the S's, and they got a little bit comfortable with each other there, but they managed to... Oh, goodness me, I thought that was going to go poorly, but they, again, Tier 1, this is how they do it. Great little battle there.
I'm surprised neither one of them ended up in the fence then.
Yeah. Top quality driving. So, blink and you miss it. We're on the final lap here, by the way. Rafley Fidelia currently 4 seconds up the road from Z Kai Chu. Good luck finding anyone on the planet who can pull 4 seconds on Z Kai Chu. Rafley Fidelia is one of them, so looking really good here in race 1. Has not been Zachary Smith's favourite race of the season, that's for sure, but he's got a 1.5 seconds back to Kyle Jackson, so that 3-second penalty that looked like it was going to drop into P10, maybe now only P8, P9. He'll just be asking Dimitri to get a move on here, please, because he's got a lot of downforce he could use through this last sector, but not if he's stuck behind Dimitri. Rafley Fidelia has come across the line in P1. Congratulations to him for winning race 1 here. We'll just sneak back here with Zachary Smith, who's right on the back of Dimitri Forrester, but it doesn't look like he's going to have enough. So Zekai Chu P2, Brian Ando Garneta P3, Dimitri Forrester hangs on to P4 after his little spin there in the last couple of laps. Kyle Jackson, Brian Tan, 5 and 6. Zachary Smith all the way back to P9 with that 3-second penalty. So...
Front row's very, very handy for him for the next race, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That will really help out his night if he can consolidate that second place and turn it into a podium in the second race. But JJ here is going to start from pole after nicely finishing in P10. But Rafley Fidelia, what a night he's having. A ridiculous pole time. And now a victory by 4.5 seconds in race 1. So really strong front-running performance here from Rafley Fidelia. But let's see what he can do starting from P10 on the reverse grid. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Nick Rendell grabs drive of the day. The Haas man has pleased the Codemaster's algorithm and grabs himself cheeky award there, which is worth absolutely nothing to us other than some praise and good juju.
Should track that.
I reckon we should. Absolutely. Rafley Fidelia out here doing a little wiggle for us. The Alfa Romeo driver. Very pleased to pick up the trophy here in race 1. Nice work to him. The Alfa Romeo crew down there on the ground look very similar to the Red Bull crew that we saw in Tier 3. So they just changed uniforms and switched up here to come and give Rafley a bit of a...
No.
No?
You're not suggesting Codemasters reuse models.
Yeah, no, it's not at all. No, it's not what I said at all. I said they look similar. They're not the same. Zekai Chu with the purple lap grabs 3 points and P2, so a good first race for Zekai in his attempts to chase down Zachary Smith. But Rafley Fidelia from P1 dominated tonight. Brian Ando Garneda is the podium sitter. Nice race from Brian Ando, by the way, from P8. Just snuck up there and finished on the podium. He's very pleased with that, so clearly got his handle there on Coda. Dimitri Forrester and Kyle Jackson 4 and 5. Brian 10, 6. Caleb Van der Reyden 7. Nathan Monks, Zachary Smith and JJ round out the top 10. An interesting Tier 1, no DNFs. Grid Jokes did finish the race. Hats off to him on his first event on a wheel. A couple of penalties coming late in the race, but that first half of the race was really calm and composed from Tier 1. So really nice work. But indeed, that is race 1 in the books. So while they go ahead and reverse the grid for race 2, which won't be far away, I would suggest you don't go far.
Oh, I like your background there, mate.
You get to see my background. What do you mean? What background? Stop it.
That's the background.
How can you see my background?
The picture dropped away for 2 seconds.
Did it? Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Very
Well-
Harry Potter-esque.
Yeah, it's actually not from Harry Potter, but it's just a good... It fits across my 3 monitors nicely, and it looks beautiful. But it's actually not Harry Potter. It looks like a Harry Potter castle and a bridge and stuff, and that's why I chose it. But it's not actually Harry Potter. Top 12 reverse grid in the loudest of Howard's opinion, and you
Do
know
it.
what? I'd pay that.
I just reversed the whole grid.
Yeah, I'm always up for a whole reverse grid. I think that's the way you go.
Send it. See
That
what
would
happens.
put
Yep.
that would put my man Grid Jokes on pole, and I'm totally down for that. Absolutely, stick him up the front on a wheel and watch everyone put him under pressure. I will return in 45 seconds. You two carry on, and then we won't be far away from getting into Tier 1.
How many more races has your brother got in him? Mr. Weatherburn?
He leaves on the 15th of November, so I do believe, I think there's another break week before the week that he goes, so he may only have 2 more weeks after this one.
Find out.
so-
Give me a second.
There will be a vacant seat in a Williams in Tier 1, mate, that might have your name written on it.
I don't think so.
Someone's going to have to fill it. These guys won't take long to get the grid set up for race 2. We haven't had any moisture whatsoever in any of the races tonight, so we can only pray for the rain gods that we get a little bit of moisture in this last one.
No more breaks. So we've got Mexico next week, obviously, because we're matching up with the real F1 grid. So whilst Mexico has the race at some bizarre hour, like 6 in the morning or something like that, we give you some racing at a reasonable time on a Sunday night. And then the 6th of November is Silverstone for a 100% race. And then Brazil on the 13th of November, back in touch with the real calendar.
There you go. So Brazil will probably be Mitch's last one then, provided he wants to race 2 days before leaving the country. But
You gotta have a break from packing up.
100%.
Packing up sucks.
yeah, a 100% race at Silverstone though, that's going to suck as well.
What do you mean? What's wrong with Silverstone?
I'm just saying, 100% races, it's so much mental concentration needed.
Have we got another endurance race coming up this season?
Yeah, speak of
Yeah,
the devil, we're
Silverstone, that's
Silverstone in
what we're
2
talking
weeks.
about.
Silverstone for F1?
Yep,
Really?
yep.
Oh, let's go. Great track.
Does that 100% Silverstone line up? I think that'll line up with ACC Endurance Silverstone, which I think Nelly lines up with the ACC Sprint hour and a half race at Silverstone.
Huh.
All
I
of the
think they're all
Silverstone.
within like. I think they're all within like 2 weeks of each other. All of
yes.
those big Silverstone races.
That is awesome if that is the case. That's really good. One of the greatest tracks in the world gets a massive helping.
Of Octane Online Racing action.
Absolutely. If that lines up, that'll be an awesome couple of weeks for yours truly in
I
particular.
think it does. I think it does. Looks like the next Enduro is Saturday, November 5.
What about
And
you, Jake?
the-
Are you just not enjoying it, or have you considered driving faster?
Look, I've tried. I have to do that much racing on Silverstone. I'm not going to be a happy person.
Have you tried increasing your driving skill?
Clearly not.
I'm doing my best.
I don't know if you are.
Frustrating me to no end that JC's half a second quicker than me around that bloody
There
track.
has to be somewhere in the world that I'm quicker than you, mate, because you've dominated all season long. You have carried me and Gibbo, so I'm glad to be quicker than you somewhere.
I reckon I did nearly 50 laps in classification, and that I couldn't even see a delta of a 57.2.
I can tell you, Jacob, you did 91 laps
Oh,
classification.
and I reckon 70 of them were invalid.
The 28 valid, so you're almost spot on.
There you go. That's how good Silverstone went for me.
Meanwhile, JC did 76 laps to Silverstone and 31 valid.
Yeah, that's rare for me. Less than half of them valid. So that speaks to what we're going to be looking out for in 6 hours of Silverstone. There'll be a lot of track limits violations, I would assess.
We'll be trundling in the pit lane more than we'll be going down the main straight at that rate.
No, I think we're capable of keeping it within the lines. Obviously, we've got a lot of invalid laps because we're pushing it to the limit, trying to find that ultimate qualifying lap. But I also think that you, myself, and Gibbo, we've got the talent to bring it within the lines, and I think we should be. Well, you two do. I take you back to where was it? Watkins? Where was it? No, it was Paul Ricard where I picked up like
Forward club.
in one stint. So I'm the
I reckon
problem.
You got 3 track limit warnings in 1 lap.
Yeah, I'm a corner cutter. No, I don't even do it on purpose though. I just get nervous. You know, I just get nervous that I'm in the car, and yeah, that's what happened.
And then one cut rattles you, and you end up doing something dumb further down the lap. And
Yep, spot on, exactly. All right, let's get it going. Race 2, Tier 1. We've had 6 races tonight. Plenty of content for your Sunday night. We've got 1 to go. So we'll jump over to Tier 1 now. And again, the weather mildly ominous, but I reckon it'll be pretty dry throughout. And we'll see off tonight with what will hopefully be a really good battle here. As I said, the reverse grid always comes and brings us good content, but Rafley Fidelia, 4 seconds out the front in race 1. He's clearly going to require not a lot of luck to get to the top, but we'll see how he goes about it. I do hope that there's no issues here on sort of lap 1, turn 1, because it is when the drivers who manage to sneak through that chaos and they just ruin the race for us, essentially. I want to see Rafley have to get past 9 drivers. I don't want to see him get 5 of them in 1 corner. So my wish is for a nice clean start here.
I want no errors on the start like the last race. That would be nice.
So what do I want here? Do I want a clean start and therefore myself or Jacob will call it? Or do I want chaos and do I get Tom to call it? That is the question.
There's one answer to that, and I think you know what it is.
I know exactly what that answer is. I'm going to give it to Tom. Bring on the chaos. Let me see those 5 red starting lights turn into 2 and then go
One
back to
person
5.
to blame.
And then obviously the whole grid sitting on that. What was that? I've never seen that before. The whole grid just sat up on the grid when there was green lights. And yeah, as I said, I think it was us that was decent because everyone else was sitting there minding their own business. Anyway.
Last cars join the grid. And look at that steep, wonderful hill into turn 1.
It's good, isn't it?
Nice. And it points out to the left as well. It gives that inside car nice little anchor into the apex. But 5 lights, and we are holding and off. Nope. What?
Almost
There we
again.
go.
Yeah. Whatever.
Very long hold. The cars finally make it away. Zachary Smith looks like with a better start than JJ, so he's up down the inside, and the McLaren around the outside of the Red Bull goes off the track to keep that, but he's managed to make it stick, and I think everyone's got away cleanly, which is, again, we've gone one step better than last race, but Wyndham Williams round the outside of the Mercedes. Wow. This is tier 1, everyone.
Mitch Weatherburn, nice move.
Pretty much the whole of the top 10 on softs, so no real weird strategy things going on. Nando's being swallowed up by Raffley. He's up to P7 already. Thank you very much. But Nando's not going to let
Had a
him.
moment there.
6, Brian Tan, great save. It looks like he got a little touch from Raffley from behind. And that just sort of upset him as he come onto the straight here, but he managed to catch it. So he continues on the straight and narrow. Good start, as you said, Tom, from everyone here in Tier 1. A lot of positions changing hands, but no yellow flags, no DNFs. It's all good battling, as Dimitri Forrester and Raffley Fidelia seem to be the biggest winners so far. Beautiful clean start. So Zachary Smith, very nice up in turn 1. You saw him get off the line really well. JJ just a little bit slow off the line and got swallowed up by Nathan Monks as well, who went around the outside up in turn 1. So Zachary Smith and Nathan Monks both having really good starts. Sector 3 yellow flag. That is both Hasses out in the background there. Nick Randall and
Raffley.
Raffley has got last corner all wrong, and I think he's the one without a nose.
Yep.
There is no front wing on that car. So that's
A real shame. He had such a great start. He's now got to do an entire lap with no front wing.
Yeah, I don't want to say I predicted it, but I did say he's got good front rank. He's really good when he's out the front, but when he's got to come through other cars, he's had a few issues already this season, Raffley, and again tonight, whether or not it was his own doing there in that last corner or not, we don't know, but to the back of the field for Raffley Fidelia. I reckon he might have come together with Nick Randall because it was the Haas that I spotted under yellows originally. So whatever's happens there, it's been unlucky for both of those drivers. They're at the back of the field now and out of contention. Up the inside there from Caleb van der Eyden, makes the apex and gets that one done on JJ, our pole sitter.
McLaren's on the podium. Very, very nice for Mr. Brown.
Tell you what, we've had a lot of the one manufacturer up there in a lot of these races. We've had a Red Bull 1-2, we've had an Alfa Romeo 1-3.
Alpine 1-3.
Alpine 1-3 as well. There's certain constructors here doing very, very well tonight. Brian Tan's currently P6.
Didn't know his arc about it.
Zachary Smith has gone purple, purple, purple here, so he's had a really good start to this race. As we discussed, up into turn 1, he reached that apex first and has not looked back. He is 1.8 seconds clear of Nathan Monks in P2, and then his McLaren teammate another 1.3 seconds behind him. So Zachary Smith, a really good start here, 3 laps down.
Zeke High down in P9, holding position. Probably just being a bit cautious because there's a long train in front of him, and he's the only one on mediums there, so in a good position to make up some ground when they all jump in the pits to get rid of their rusty old red tyres.
Now the pit is going to be interesting in race 2 because there's been a couple of examples now of the overcut being the more successful of the strategies. So all those soft tyres, the top 8 drivers all on softs, you wouldn't want to be the first to bite and jump into the pit lane.
Yeah, but how long is too long?
How long? Exactly. Yep.
Do you run the risk of spinning it up on a curb or something like that? You throw some mediums on. Brian Ting gets pushed very wide there by Nando. I think we'll probably start seeing Zachary Smith come in very early in the first race, so I would expect him to try and run long in this race.
All the drivers, of course, get to adjust their setups too. There's no parc fermé between races, so a few adjustments potentially. We said that Zachary Smith's pace wasn't there on the medium tyre in the second half of that last race, so maybe a little adjustment.
Mitch Weatherburn's grabbed himself a 3-second time penalty already. That's very, very early on for one of those. Pick up 3 warnings in 3 laps.
Sounds like JC in an endurance race.
Stop that.
Never a truer word was spoken.
Oh, stop it, you two. Ah! Absolutely thrown under the bus.
How's this DRS train second all the way down to 10th? All within a second of each other. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Tier 1. But again, love to see it. This is where we see the strategies come out. Get to see
Caleb up in P3 really starting to make an impression on Nathan, so whether there's some team orders that come into play.
Well, Nathan let him past in the first race, I reckon. Caleb had a pretty easy overtake on him. I'm sure those guys will probably be in team speak together.
So Nando here, after finishing on the podium in the last race.
It's a warning.
Yeah, I was about to say there'll be a warning there.
Dimitri's in the pits. He's the first to blink.
There's a couple in there. Brian Tan dives in there as well. Mitch Weatherburn as well into the pit lane. So a couple of drivers saying enough is enough. This is the lap that Zachary Smith pitted on the last lap. He's chosen not to on this occasion. Still leading the way by 1.7 seconds from Nathan Monks is Zachary Smith. Still out there on his soft tyres as we enter the 5th lap. So has either learnt his lesson or is just not willing to make the same mistake twice.
And those McLaren drivers have to sort out who pits when, because they will have to double stack if they want to come in at the same time.
Yeah, well, 2 Red Bulls, 4 and 5 as well. One of them's going to have to bite the bullet early. Raffley sets the fastest lap of the race with a 35.6, currently down there in P17.
On medium tyres too, so that will probably get beaten, but that's a good indication of his pace. He's got 7.5 seconds to make up on Ben Curtis in P16. His Alpine teammate here, Jeremy Washington, who should have rightly started from pole. There's a little look at the back of Kenneth Ang here, but decides against any sort of significant dive. So just hanging out here in P10 at the moment, enjoying his time on these soft tyres before he dives into the pits. Just keeping an eye on Zachary Smith here. Is this the lap that he dives in? He is. So in he comes, just 1 lap later than he did in race 1, followed in by Nathan Monks. Caleb van der Eyden is asked to stay out, so he will take the lead of the race. As
AJ
his
just had a tremendous save coming onto the straight then. He nearly pointed that thing straight into pit wall. So those soft tyres on that Red Bull are not happy, but he's let Nando pit this lap. So he's going to have to hang it out for 1 more lap.
So where does Zachary Smith come out here in relation to Dimitri Forrester? He's pretty well clear of him. There's about 3, maybe 4 seconds gap, so the overcut definitely strong. And again here, Zachary Smith looking really comfortable now. Provisional lead of this race from P7. Raffley's gone purple again, but down there in P17, you wouldn't expect him to be in any sort of contention. But will hopefully hold on to those purple laps and pick up as many points as he can. Who's that back there? Is that Kyle Jackson doing all sorts of wiggles? He's trying to get some warmth into these
warming.
0 lap old mediums.
Mitch Weatherburn might want to come and greet him and take his 12th place off him.
I think he will. With the DRS wide open. But yeah, certainly putting some... Sorry, Jacob. Here you go.
I was about to say, who's left to pit? Who have we got still out there?
4. Then Caleb and JJ have just made a mockery of my statement.
So there's 4 drivers left to pit. Zekai Chu's going to stay out. Daniel Lambert's going to stay out. So they will be the last 2 left to pit, although Nick Randell's stayed out as well. So top 3 yet to pit. Zachary Smith is gaining very quickly on Nick Randell.
Nick Randell subbing in from Tier 2, by the way, so doing very nicely up here in P3. I did say that the Tier 2 guys are well and truly capable of a result here in Tier 1. And whilst he still has to pit. It's looking really sharp here for Nick Randell in race 2.
Not embarrassing
my
yourself.
goodness.
That's not an
Oh my
apex.
goodness. He's fine. Play on. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Brings him right into the clutches here of Zachary Smith, though. That little error there will certainly cost him a position as Zachary opens up the DRS here down this straight. You would expect him to get this one done very comfortably.
Dimitri's gotten past Caleb Van der Reyden as well, as Zachary Smith easily gets past Nick Randell.
It's not what Zekai Chu would have wanted.
No, he needs to try and get out in
Ooh,
front.
that's
of
close.
A little bit of a touch there, Nelly.
Very close. Almost too close, one would say. Brian Ando, just keep it together, son. You've finished off your pit stop. Now the last thing you want to do is damage your nose and have to go in there again.
Two Mercedes drivers, they're staying out. Neither one of them wants to be the first to blink, put those softs on just yet.
A bit early, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, the softs we've seen probably 4 laps is around about the ideal time. We saw everyone on this particular set of softs come in around about lap 4 and lap 5, so they'll want to go 1 or 2 more laps at least. Really make sure those softs are in pristine condition at the end of the race.
Yeah, I hope they're in team speak together. Hope they don't end up double stacking. Although Daniel Lambert's 4.5 seconds behind, so he'll get a good view of when Zekai Chu is going to pit.
Nice little train developing here in the midfield. Led
Get
by
ugly for Dimitri.
Dimitri Forrester, yeah. Who's under all sorts of pressure now from Caleb Van der Reyden. You can see him up ahead. He's flat out of battery, Caleb Van der Reyden, but he's got the DRS assistance, and that's helped him down the inside here. Now all he's got to do is pull it up and make the apex, which he does. And Dimitri not quite getting the exit right. Oh, Nando again. That's the same corner as last lap where he just gets a little deep there. And again avoids contact. So I'm not sure how he's managing this, but Nando is very close to putting it in the back of someone. So just want him to calm his farm a little bit. Daniel Lambert has noticed that Zekai Chu is going to do 1 more lap on those mediums, so he takes the opportunity to dive in the pits and get his done from P2. So Zachary Smith will now move up into the 2nd position.
Yeah, Daniel Lambert's going to drop all the way down to probably P15.
No,
No,
Jez
not
is
quite
25
that.
seconds back, so
Yeah,
it'll be
P12, sorry.
P12. On soft tyres too, so well within a shout of still a top 10 on. Kyle Jackson has got that done on Brian Tan before the S's, so he's obviously got a good run out of turn 1. And pinched P10 from Brian Tan. But as I said, Daniel Lambert on those softs, I'd look for him to make a nice little run into the top 10 with 5 laps to go on those softs.
Got a nice DRS train formed again. P4 all the way down to P10. I don't know if anyone will have much battery left to gain that extra little bit of speed. Nando's getting very close to Dimitri again.
So let's see how we go up here, Brian Ando. This is the... Oh my goodness, it was all over the place there as he exited that corner, which didn't give him an opportunity to give Dimitri a little help around that corner as he has done in the last couple of laps. So Nando just getting it all wrong out of the back straight hairpin there.
I don't know how he hung on to that. Looked like his wheel had a bloody seizure.
He was all over the place, wasn't he?
Back, left, right, left.
Zekai into the pits, and Nick Randell as well.
So, yeah, the final car's on the grid, yet to have pit. They finish him off. Zekai drops. How far does Zekai drop? That is the question. He's lost a fair chunk of positions. Comes out in P9.
Where he was.
But he's under pressure from Brian Tan, who's warmed up these mediums. The Tier 2 minor premier. Brian Brian Tan looks to be all over the place a little here too. So again, a couple of connections just not quite where they should be. But it looks like Zekai is going to hang on to P9 there. Who's that? Someone's retired there. Nick Randell.
That's a safety.
Safety car.
Safety car. Oh, these soft boys be happy.
Yeah. This spices things up. We'll get a 2-lap sprint to the end after this safety car.
And 1 lap of DRS and full batteries. So how about this to finish off your night here for Octane Online Racing's Legend Series? A 1-lap sprint to the finish. Hotly contested by Zachary Smith, Nathan Monks and Caleb van der Reyden for P1. But then there's a couple of soft tyres that have been mixed in down here. Zekai Chu and Daniel Lambert, the 2 Mercedes boys, P9 and P11 at the moment. But now the whole field will bunch up and they will get a chance to make a really late run and see how deep into the 10 that they can go.
No free pit stops either.
Spicy indeed, Law. We'll just watch them trundle around here for a while. Oh, Nick Randell unhappy with his wheel. Oh, bit of a slap there at the Moser. A new entry into the direct drive market is the Moser, and Nick Randell a little displeased with his at the moment. Nathaniel Christ, bang, drive through for speeding under the safety car. That ain't it.
Suboptimal.
That's a quick way to ruin your night.
Absolutely. Brian Tan gets a free pit stop here under the safety car. Doesn't lose any positions. Stays in P11. I believe he did lose, P10 to Daniel Lambert, but for only 1 position. That's a very smart pit stop there from Brian Tan. As it is for Jeremy Washington, Kenneth Ang, Rafferty Fidelia, Danny Wong, Ben Curtis, all doing the same behind him. All taking this opportunity to jump on some softs and basically needed to do that to defend from anyone else who did the same. So now all those drivers on the softs running the same equipment to the end. No advantages to be found. But now to be Kyle Jackson who will be sweating. Mitch Weatherburn and Kyle Jackson. Mitch Weatherburn especially with that 3-second penalty as well. So he could really fall back through the order here if he's not careful. But the 2 Mercedes boys looking to make a late lunge here. Tell you what it has done with those pit stops is it has spread out the field, which means this safety car will go right through until the second last lap. If they hadn't pitted, there was a potential that it came in maybe and given them 2 laps of running, but it'll be stretched out now.
Nick Randell somehow managed to set his wheel rotation to 900 degrees.
We've had that before. That's not necessarily a Moser thing. I wonder if that's a Codemasters thing, because poor old Gerald Chu that happened even in Australia. It happened to Connor Kingston off the line in one of the early races this season. I can't remember exactly where it was. But we've had a couple of drivers this season who have had their wheel shanked up to 900 rotation. So unlucky regardless. Nick Randell was on for a really good result here in Tier 1. We were just talking about how good he was looking coming up from Tier 2.
Anyway, 2-lap sprint to the end. Does Zachary Smith hold on?
I
he
can't
does.
see anyone challenging Smithy for sure.
Unless some medium tyre things happen, he just loops it.
Yeah, look, I don't like betting against Smithy, so I think he can probably hang on, but the McLaren boys have been quick this race, so I mean, anything is still able to happen. We see plenty of drivers loop it around on cold tyres after safety cars.
Unlucky for those boys with 3-second penalties as well, because they would have been hoping to sort of let the field spread a little bit.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's going to send them right to the back. Nathaniel Christ will also have to do a drive-through at the end of this lap.
Can it be at the end of this lap, even though the safety car's still on track?
No, he has to wait another one.
Ugh,
So he has to pit on the last lap.
unlucky.
Oh, the pit line's before the start-finish line, so you'll be fine.
He's got 3 laps to serve it. Can he just cross the line, not serve it, and take a penalty?
That's also what he could do, and what I would do.
I mean, either way, you're going to finish P17, so it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
Yeah, but if it means you can just pass people and have some fun with some traffic.
Yeah. Safety car is in. 2 laps. Strap yourselves in.
Yep, it's going to be a juicy end of the night, which we're well accustomed to, by the way. Tier 1 seems to turn this on for us every single week. They come in and give us some good racing. Even if Tier 3 and Tier 2 were slightly disappointing, which they weren't tonight, by the way. Tier 3 and Tier 2 had a couple of really good battles, side-by-sides. And yeah, 25% race to you, Peter Thomas. Hello and good evening. It is indeed the reverse grid sprint round that we've gone through tonight. So this is the 6th race of content we've brought to you this evening. Just 2 laps to go. Let's get ready to get underway. Smithy with control of the field. The 2 McLaren boys right there on his tail, ready to make a charge up to turn 1. But Smithy's got a really nice restart, just pulling a cheeky little gap there on Nathan Monks. Caleb van der Eyden, his teammate behind, just allows him into turn 1. But he's under pressure here from Dimitri Forrester. It looks like he's going to hang it around the outside. It hasn't worked out for him, and that means Brian Nando sneaks on through. So Dimitri, a little too adventurous there into turn 1, has cost him. Both Red Bull drivers now looking like they may get past Dimitri. He's still in EP5 for now, hanging on to it, but he's under pressure. JJ right there with him. But Zachary Smith, really good start, as we're well accustomed to. He's done really well off the safety car restart and is already 1.2 seconds up the road from the 2 McLaren lads. Rafli Fidelia grabs 3 seconds. That's not going to hurt his standing too badly. Back there in P14 at the moment. Back here, there are also... what's happening back here? Oh, a bit of how you doing from Rafli Fidelia, who we were just discussing. He's getting into the side pods there of Jeremy Washington. Kenneth Ang also involved as they head into the corner that leads onto the back straight. There's been a couple of bits and pieces of action. Rafli very deep down the inside of Jeremy, who I think just led him through there, not wanting to get into any more kerfuffles with him. Back up the front, Dimitri and Brian Ando still going at it. And they're side by side here. Nando doing the smart thing there and dodging those sausages, although, hang on, he's just performed an overtake. I reckon that's an illegal overtake, Nando. He's gone off track to make that one work, so I reckon if Codemasters doesn't give him a slapping for it, someone will. Dimitri, if he reports that, I think would be well worth a case there.
I think that one is definitely a little bit suspect, unfortunately. That one will be looked at if Dimitri feels like protesting that one.
Mercedes boys not making too much progress.
No, onto the final lap now. As you said, those soft tyres, 4 and 5 lap old softs now, so they will be struggling. They won't be too bad considering the couple of laps we did under the safety car, but Kyle Jackson has gone past Daniel Lambert and now finds himself in P9. Nathaniel Christ grabs another penalty from the back of the field. Again, not really going to hurt Nathaniel's night, but a penalty nonetheless.
Everyone's spread themselves out quite a lot over these 2 laps. If anyone can get a move done into the final sector here. Zachary Smith has gapped him by 1.8 seconds nearly in these 2 laps. There's a couple of guys side by side. Brian Ten's having a look at Daniel Lambert. Up the inside. Daniel's going to try and hold around the outside, but can't get it done.
All the action occurring back here on these fresh soft tyres on the final lap. We've gone through the main straight for the last time, rounding into the final sector now. Daniel Lambert forced a little bit wide there by Kenneth Ang, but managed to hang on to it. Now under pressure from Rafli Fidelia behind, but up the front, Zachary Smith is your race winner here in race 2. Very comfortable performance as he gives the Austin, Texas crowd a little bit of love on the way out. He comes across the line in P1. And then everyone else filters across. Oh, God, he's just going to park it on the track there. Is he good? Yeah, the AI is going to have all sorts of fun with him as they come across the line. Smithy just celebrating there in the cockpit as everyone makes babies with the front end of his Aston Martin.
Making sure everyone can see him celebrate.
Goodness me. The black Mitch Weatherburn is the Codemasters driver of the day. But it is this man who is driver of race 2. Very comfortable victory. What are we doing here? This is a new one. We're supposed to be up on the... What do we do? I can't even change the camera. Right, good. We're back. Zachary Smith And Jacob, as you rightly pointed out, again tonight, there are a dual constructor podium. 2 McLarens up there again. And I said at the start of the night, it's pretty rare to see that. We've seen it a couple of times tonight.
Yeah, I think we've seen it 4 times. We had the double Red Bull, the double Alpine, the double McLaren, and I think we had a double Alfa Romeo at some point in the night too.
So it's gone from being a rarity to being a common occurrence. Nice work to the 2 McLaren lads up there with P2 and P3, but no one could chase down Smithy in P1 again tonight. Not for the first time this season, and probably not for the last time with a couple of rounds to go. Zikai Chu finishing in P6, not too far behind really, and considering he did nicely in the first race, there might be a little bit of an advantage overall across the night for Zikai Chu. It'll be interesting to see how the abacus shakes out once the calculations are performed later on this week. Raffaele Fidelia grabbing the purple lap later on in the race, but a P16 for him after starting from reverse grid P10. And as I said, Zachary Smith, Nathan Monks, Caleb van der Radian. That's your podium for Tier 1. Nice work to Tier 1 tonight. Some very entertaining racing coming out of this group. Grid Jokes found some pace in race 2. Nice work to you, mate, on the wheel. Very nice. P14 from P18. A good, consistent result from you. 37.9. Pace needs a little bit of work, mate. I'm sure you will practice for where we go, Mexico next week, which will be a very interesting watch for sure. Mexico is always a very interesting race to get around.
It'll be nicer on the wheel for him too. So look, enjoy that one, mate.
For sure. So later on this week, of course, we've got the Sprint Series. What are we doing here? We've got the intro up. Why not? Let's have a look at the intro while we take you out tonight. We've got the Sprint Series again, as I said, coming up this week, which returned earlier this week. And then, as Jacob rightly pointed out before, qualifying is closed for the VRS Pro Series, as well as the Silverstone 6-hour in the Endurance Series coming up. So plenty of action coming your way in the latter half of October, and especially in November as that VRS Pro Series kicks off. F1, ACC, Automobilista 2 on Monday nights as well is also starting to kick off. Plenty of streams go up with that individually. But until next week on Sunday when we come at you with Mexico, Jacob Weatherburn, thank you to you, sir, for being with me all night as usual.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope everyone enjoyed that racing here Sunday night, and I look forward to Mexico next week.
Quality stuff. And to you, Tom Maloney, always a pleasure with you in Tier 1.
Yep, no, thank you again. It's always a pleasure being around with you.
Happy stuff. Good stuff. My name's Jaden Conboy. It's been a pleasure chat. Love you very much. We'll see you early this week. As I said, rookies on Tuesday and then Sprint Series on Wednesday. Don't go far. We'll see you then.